Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this one be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. I'm spoiling the question of the day. I'm going to minimize that. Maybe a couple of you saw that anyway. You in the future especially. But yes, as we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, ethnicity, belief system, you name it. I want you all to feel comfortable regardless of what part of space and time you come from. So, hello Sovereign. Welcome. You are amongst the first here, and I trust that my early viewers are feeling as well as they can, given whatever circumstances might be prevailing in their life, in this body, in their emotions, in their mind. Hello Pesto. Good evening Johnny. And hello Red Fox from Italy. Welcome. I'm so happy we have such a diverse audience. The more diversity we have, the more inclusive, isn't it so? The more inclusive, the more we can get a full perspective of life from so many different angles. Hello Shay. You share that watching my lives is like waking up in a dream. That's very interesting. A lucid dream, perhaps. Hello, Weed and Wings. Sovereign, you share your van is being fixed and you're in a hotel. Ah, well, that's a change of scenery for you. I'm glad that your van is getting fixed. Radhe Radhe Magdalene. Hey, tonight you share it's your birthday. Oh, I'm always so touched by those of you who spend parts of your birthdays here, yourself included. I hope that this year for you has been one of growth, as I'm sure it has, since you are now more learned, more wise. Thank you, Dub Darker, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. But yes, hey, tonight I hope that we celebrate here just a little bit for you. May you lift our spirits up by your preciousness of experience that you share with us here. Happy birthday, my friend. One more trip around the sun. Thank you, Mad Clem. And hello, Morgan. Thank you, Usha, for your heart, me. Radhe Radhe. And your trio of roses. Om Namah Shivaya. SSJ, you're wondering what age am I? In this body, 22. Have I ever eaten yam? Well, depending on if there's a comma in this sentence. You're asking if I've ever had food or if I've ever eaten a yam. The answer to both those questions is, of course, yes. I love yams. Yam fries especially. Hello, Mermander. Ah, you missed me? Well, welcome back. And Mrs. Gummy, you're just curious. How do I meditate? I don't. Simple answer, overrated. Become meditative in everything you do. Then life becomes your meditation. That makes sense, Sovereign. You've grown to love your little home on wheels. As you should, for it is a home that you can take with you anywhere. And hello, the Canuck Gypsy. And thank you, Dasha, for your heart me too. Jai Sitaram. So I have a question of the day for you all, if you are interested in entertaining me with it. Today I have a bit of a riddle. At least it sounds like one. But I mean it very seriously. My question for you is, what is easy to say? No. What is easy to feel but hard to say? This I'd like to know from you. Feelings, in general, shares Mrs. Gummy. Yes. Very difficult to express these funny things we call feelings. And thank you, Valentina, for your tiny. Yippee! It's okay. I like when you distract me, Marmander. And thank you for your poutine too. Radhe. Speaking of food. Hello, Goli. You sure that I seem sleepy today? Do I? Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe a little bit, but I feel very well rested. Maybe it's in my voice. I don't know. And ellipses. Frog. You're wondering, why did I delete all my videos? You loved them? Well, I'm happy that you loved them. But I deleted them to start anew. I wanted to take a different approach with my internet presence, because I feel like differences are not made by provoking your mind. They are made by invoking your heart. Sure, it's less intellectually stimulating, but what the world needs is not something to keep them awake at night, but something to help them sleep. I like that stare-up. Nothing. The answer is nothing. Easy to feel. Hard to say indeed. Love, shares Morgan. Love is a difficult thing to say, isn't it? And hello, Chloe Evans. You know, we're doing your favorite mantra today later. You might be asleep by then, though. Lack of confidence, shares the Canuck Gypsy. Yes, that's difficult to express, for sure. And thank you, Hrsi, for your finger heart. There's one for you too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Mermander, you share that two opposite ends of the spectrum, love and grief, easy to feel, hard to express. I like that. Are they opposites? For I feel like there is a lot of love in grief, and often some grief in love too. Anger, shares Mr. Sebastian. Easy to feel, I agree with that one. Drama, yes, definitely. That's well put, Frog. And Hero, you share, you missed my old stuff. It helped the mood or the mind. I don't know. I think there's a typo here. The mind. Okay. That's good. That's good. But, oh, the mind. Such a fickle thing it is. What needs our attention most is not the brain, but the heart. And hello, Maria. Embracing the new, shares the Canuck Gypsy. Embracing the new is something difficult to express? Yes. And I see that there are wonderful questions being asked my way, but I would like to hear from all of you first in my question of the day, if you don't mind me asking. Weed and things you share, nostalgia and homesick, definitely hard to express. I agree. Stress, shares Familia. Yeah. And hello, Sammy. And hello, Simba. Frustration, shares Sovereign as well. Yeah. Love, shares Austin. These are great answers, everyone. All right. thank you for attending to my question of the day, everyone. I know it's a difficult one today, but I like testing you. There are certainly no wrong answers here, nor have I been looking for a right answer. But I see the truth in all of yours. Admitting wrong as well, shares the Canuck Gypsy. And fear, shares Alejandro. Pain as well, shares Sammy. Yeah. And Shannon, you add that not for you, but you feel for some people depression. Well, I'm very happy to hear that you feel comfortable expressing depression, but yeah, some people definitely have a hard time doing that indeed. And Mars, you share the truth and how you can easily feel about situations. How you can really feel about situations sometimes. And Seb, you add envy, greed, and pride. And awe for purity. Yes, that's a subtle one, Sovereign. So thank you, everyone. And Ravin Vinj, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right, but you share, I'm sorry, and I love you. Those are big ones, indeed. And thank you, Marmander, for your game bow and your marvelous confetti. Hare Krishna. And Valentina, thank you for your friendship necklace. Jai Sita Ram. Julka, you had asked how to be kind to others. You find it very hard. If you find it hard, then this means you must first cultivate the resource within yourself. All positive things, they first have to be gathered from the inside. Then we can express them to others. What does this mean? Is you learn how to be kind with yourself. Then that serves as the basis to be kind with others. And Mermander, you were wondering, what do I think is easy to feel but hard to say? From some perspective, everything. I am not sure there is an easy thing to say. Words, though limiting, are miraculous in that we can get anything across. Though they are but a series of sounds or shapes, they convey a meaning that is totally transcendental to their form. And Austin, you had asked, what is one of my favorite scents? One of my favorite scents is home. Nothing quite smells like home, especially after a long wait away from it. And Sovereign, you had asked, do I consider myself in control of my feelings? If I did, I'd be the only one in the world who had control over their feelings. It is not something that is possible. But we can control how we react under the influence of our feelings. This is something I am learning how to do, slowly but surely. And Frog, you had asked, what do I think about Hermeticism or alchemy? They are very mystical sciences that I am unlearned in. And Ravneving, you share, is Norwegian and means raven wing. Well, if you don't mind, for the sake of knowing how to pronounce the latter, I will call you raven wing, dear. Now, who was it who said they lost their cat? My eye did pick up on that. Alice Huth, you share that you're grieving for your cat who died this morning. Could I say something in order to feel better? Oh, I am not sure that words alone will be able to convey this idea to you. That you don't need to feel better when it comes to grief. Actually, that lack of a positive experience within you is but the potential for all of the love one could have expressed during that life. So let that heart weep. It is the only way to feel better. That is, to allow yourself to feel the way you are currently, and let all that unexpressed love in your heart for your family member that was your cat find its own way of joy. And thank you, Mermander, for your star, your little crown, and a tiny Diney just a few minutes ago. Yippee! And thank you, Mermander, for sending the biggest hug for their kitty, and you send your best healing vibes. That's so wonderful. Sadness is how much you loved them. I love the way you put that, Julka. And thank you, Vince, for your heart me and trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Mermander, for your sweet memories too. Hare Krishna. And Julka, you ask the follow-up question then. So how to be kind to yourself then? You find it even harder. Well, if you find being kind to yourself hard, no wonder you find it harder for others. Or, well, I put the adjective backwards. You know what I mean. Yes. How to be kind to yourself? The only reason in my mind why someone is not kind to themselves is because they feel like they don't deserve it. They feel like they should put this unkind pressure on oneself for discipline, for a kind of negative reinforcement to do the things you want to do. Right? For if you want to improve, doesn't that mean you have to reject who you are right now? Because then you can strive to be someone different later? But this is the problem. Yes, exactly, the Canuck Gypsy. One must forgive themselves and throw out this method of thinking that we've dragged in from the outside. Just as when we come inside our homes, we sometimes drag with us mud and dirt. We need to leave all that on the outside before coming in. So too we see in the world people disciplining each other, people getting mad at someone else for not being who they expect them to be. All this negative reinforcement, what does it do? Well, it creeps into our system too, and then we begin to think about ourselves in the same way. This is not you, so let go of this way of thinking. See, no one ever grew because someone told them what not to do. The mind only works in terms of positives, on what to do. And what to do is based in what you are already doing. You need not reject who you are in order to grow. In fact, you must accept where you are in order to know what step to take next. Because if we do not accept our position here, how we know where to go next? The path forward must accommodate where we are now. Therefore, to have that accommodation put in place, we have to learn to love and accept and forgive ourselves. Only then we will have the firm foundation to go where we want to in life. You deserve all the love in the world. Why? Because without it, how can you expect to grow? And thank you, Timothy, for your heartmeet. Hare Krishna. Mermander, yes, you may ask a longish, heavier question. And Miss Girl, you had asked, Yam, how do you rekindle your relationship with God after He took your dad away from you? He passed from cancer 4 years ago. This is a difficult question indeed, but it's beautiful that despite the reservations you have over the story of the universe, you would like to fall in love with that source once more. Now, let's be very clear. God never took your father away from you, because no one can take the Father away. Sure, your father may have dropped his body. He may have relinquished it in order to acquire another expression in his storyline. But the love of a parent does not die with the death of their body. Could you imagine? If upon your parent's death suddenly you didn't feel loved anymore? How sad would that be? What would be the point in loving you all their life if it didn't stay with you after the dropping of their body? So, understand this, that your father has not gone, because your father was never the body. That is why you can look at a casket or an urn full of ashes and say, my father is not here, because my father is in here. My microphone's covering my heart. Seriously, it's not just something people say. There's a reality to that. That the impression that your father made on your heart, that is his true essence. And that lives on with you. Maybe one day, not in this life, but another, that essence will be birthed into another form. But until then, you carry your father with you in your heart. And this is true not just for that which you called your father in this life, but that for all fathers you've ever had. The Divine Father, whom expresses Himself in innumerable ways. See, it is no coincidence that we call the Holy Father a father, because all fathers in the universe are but dissensions of that spirit. They, not just all fathers, but the love of that source is the very essence which rejuvenates and kindles the fire of consciousness within all life forms. Therefore, the immortality of that Father, that source, is what is inherited through all. So no one can be taken from you. And thank you, James, for your community fest. Hare Krishna. Now, Mermander, you share that you struggle with attachment. You fear disappointing or losing your family. And in response, save everything. You're drowning in stuff, but you have a hard time letting it go. Existential dread related. Sounds like you are caught in the spider web of existence. Now, the way you have described it, it seems as though you are feeling lost. You are unsure of the way forward. Know this, that even when you feel this way, you may have lost the path forward, but the universe keeps track of everyone and everything. There is no lost atom. We know this. It's a law of physics. It's called the conservation of information, which has various corollaries like conservation of mass, energy, momentum, whatever. But nowhere in the universe does an atom suddenly stop being part of this universe. A star never just disappears. Nothing in this universe becomes lost. It may feel lost. But that is only because in space there is no up. There is no definite direction. That's another law of physics. It's called rotational symmetry. That even if you rotate the whole universe any direction, the universe will still behave the same, because the universe does not favor any direction in particular. It works the same whether you are upside down, whether you are on your side, or you turn around. All the same things are going to happen in any direction. It matters not what direction you go in life. It matters your faith that you will find what you are looking for. Something is very marvelous about this universe, that the source of it is not somewhere in some hypothetical center of the universe. Actually, the center of the universe is that way, as it is that way, and that way, and that way. And this is true. If you take a telescope and you look very far in any direction, what you look not is in some direction away from the universe, but you look towards the time in which the universe began. Therefore, the further you go in any direction, the closer you get to the source, because that source is omnidirectional. But feeling lost may also come with this impression that you need a map, that you need to understand every moving part of your life. This is not something that you need to do either. No one ever succeeded in understanding how the universe works, especially not to be happy. Happiness actually requires a reverse approach, where you drop your need to understand everything. When an emotion arises, no need to intellectualize it. When someone acts in a way you do not expect, no need to figure out why. When the world gives you something that you felt unprepared for, no need to doubt yourself either. Reminder, you ask, how did I cultivate so much faith? Do I not fear death? Actually, I fear death so much, but I fear something else even greater, which gives me my power back. What is that? Now, a fear of death, when we really think about it, just like a fear of heights is not actually a fear of heights, it's a fear of falling. And even then, if you think about that, it's not a fear of falling, it's the fear of hitting the ground at high speeds. Because you can fall in a bottomless pit, but as long as you don't hit a ground, no problem, nothing to fear. So fear of death is also a misnomer, because nobody fears death. What they fear is life not being worth death. They fear that at the time of death there could have been something more to do that went undone. Therefore, this higher fear, let it motivate you. Fear not your life coming to an end. Feel it, fear it, never coming to fruition. Therefore, through the alchemy of this perspective, transmute this fear into something deeply practical. That you live each moment as best you can, and therefore there will be no fear of death. Because each moment that you continue to live, yes, you may be closer to death, but you are closer also to living life to the fullest that you can. And thank you, Volkun, for giving me a rose not as a donation, but as a show of love. Well, I love you too. Hari Om Tat Sat. You are all deserved of love. Therefore, I have no qualms about telling you I love you. Now, thank you to those who sent some gifts that I have yet to express my gratitude back. Fondori, thank you for that heart made just a minute ago. Hare Krishna. And Mermander, you share that you hope that you all give back and send love to me tenfold in the ways I help you. Ah, then it is mutual, for I feel as though I have yet to reciprocate in all the love and support that you have given me. And Haley Queen, thank you for your heart me. Hare Krishna. And that's right, I forgot to read. Well, I didn't quite forget. I knew we had not yet, but I knew that Mermander's question and others were of utmost priority to me. So we will read in just a second a short passage of our book, and then we can continue these discussions. But first, I want to express my gratitude back to Soulchemy. I like your name. Soulchemy Discovery for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Jacos, thank you for your finger heart, your hearts, and a quartet of roses. Radhe Radhe. And Daniela, thank you for your trio of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Gina, thank you for your rose. Hare Ram. And Aquarius Lady, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! And Undertow, thank you for your finger heart too. Here's one for you. Om Namah Shivaya. So I would like to read from another section of this book. I'm just going to put the cover up for you all. And then we can return to whatever you guys want to talk about. So today we are reading from the 4th chapter of In Love at Ease, Everyday Spirituality with Pramukh Swami. I have learned so much from this book already, and I often find myself thinking, what would Swamishri do in such a situation? Because he seems to have a wonderful way of being in love and at ease with everyone, such is why the book is named as it is. This chapter is all about embracing all. We were learning about different stories of how he embraced minorities and people who were discriminated against. Once, Swamishri was touring the rural village of southern Gujarat. Dalubhai Madari had fulfilled his promise to Swamishri, and now he wanted Swamishri to return the favor. He had worked hard to overcome his alcohol and tobacco abuse issues. He stopped abusing his wife and children, even quit gambling, and adopted a vegetarian lifestyle. He hoped that Swamishri would grace his home in the village of Dedvasan. Dedvasan was not easy to get to. The tribal village was hard to access by car. Swamishri got to the village after an arduous journey through forest roads. Unfazed by the circumstances of the ride, he enthusiastically carried on with the Bhadramani's household visits to his devotees. It started to rain, and visited several homes. An hour into his Bhadramani's, it started to rain. The sadhus, the monks, tried to convince Swamishri to reschedule, as the roads would become even harder to navigate with the combination of rainwater, mud, and gravel. Swamishri refused to stop. The final stop in the village was Dalubhai's home. In his excitement, the bhakta, the devotee, had forgotten to think about where to seat Swamishri for the puja ritual. Some morning kind of sign of devotion they do towards their Ishta Devatas, their personal deities. He looked around, but there was nowhere Swamishri could sit in his cramped, dark hut. One of the sadhus suggested that Dalubhai clear the cowshed area of the hut and put a small piece of cloth down for Swamishri and the sadhus. Swamishri sat down and began the puja and arati ritual of Hari Krishna Maharaj. To his guru, it was all the same. The bhakta had tears in his eyes. To embrace all is to enjoy a seat on the floor of a cowshed in a colony as much as a comfortable recliner in London. For Swamishri, it was Dalubhai's commitment to reform and spiritual progress that drew him all the way to Dedvasan. And he would not have thought twice about going there again. In 1990, Swamishri made another near impossible trip to the village of Rabod in the Panchamahal district of Gujarat. 9-year-old Shambhu had invited his guru to the tribal village. It took Swamishri 6 hours to navigate the roads to his village. He did a Bhadramani at 11:30 p.m. How would Shambhu not remember this for the rest of his life? In addition to building social bridges between members of society, Swamishri fostered interactions between institutions of diverse social backgrounds. He embraced religious leaders, communities, and pilgrimage sites. A community of Dalit Hindus, which are of the lowest caste in society, who are often called untouchables and other grotesque things. In Navsari, desired to have a Hindu leader inaugurate their Parikshit Majmudar ashram. Most of the time, religious leaders don't even go to communities of this caste. They had asked around, but no other Hindu leader expressed interest in attending the celebration. They approached Swamishri with an invitation. Swamishri was thrilled. "Don't ask, tell me. I will be there. When is it?" Swamishri turned to his personal attendant and asked him to make note of the dates and, if necessary, to rearrange his travel commitments. Swamishri was always willing to show up when others hesitated. Hearing about Swamishri's trip to the ashram in Navsari, Jedhabhai, a Dalit community member in Ahmedabad, asked Atma Rambhai, a disciple of Swamishri's, if his guru would accept an invitation to the world-renowned Dalit pilgrimage site, the Savgunath Mandir in Zanzarka in Saurashtra. It was one of the only places of Gujarat that was created, managed, and spiritually led by Dalit Hindus. Atma Rambhai offered, "Of course he will come. Swamishri will be available for us." Swamishri remembered the invitation, and the next time he was in Limdi, Swamishri asked the sadhus to arrange a visit to the mandir and meet the Mahant, Baldev Das Ji Maharaj. The Mahant and his disciples were touched, since this was the first time a non-Dalit Hindu guru had come for darshan at the mandir. It was a relationship that would bring together communities for generations to come. Swamishri also worked tirelessly to engage the scheduled tribe, or the Adivasi community, around Gujarat and Western India. The Adivasi community has been identified by the Indian government as one of the most disadvantaged socio-economic groups in the nation. Swamishri tirelessly traveled to their homes and huts in southern and eastern Gujarat. The social and economic landscape of their towns and forest areas from the 1970s through 1990s were abysmal. Swamishri had told me so himself. In 2007, while flying with Swamishri from Atlanta to Los Angeles, his personal attendants asked me to sit with the Guru and serve him the khichdi we had made that morning. Swamishri asked me why it tasted different. Coconut water, Swamishri. We made it in coconut water so that we could maintain it for Hari Krishna Maharaj's thal while we travel. Swamishri's face lit up. That is what it is. It seemed familiar. I have previously had cooked food in coconut water when we traveled around Adivasi villages in southern and eastern Gujarat. The bhaktas and sadhus, the devotees and monks, would make food for Hari Krishna Maharaj in coconut water. Have you ever been? I shook my head to convey that I had not. You only consume coconut water and chocolate and mints, shares Savar. Swamishri began to describe the lush greenery, thatched straw huts, and almost forest-like surroundings. There was no electricity, no running water, and barely any fuel to run machinery. I listened attentively and was surprised by how much detail Swamishri could recall. I decided to joke with him. It seems like you really liked it there. Swamishri's voice was now stern. I loved it there. If you could only experience the bhakti, the loving devotion, innocence, and generosity of the people. They were kind-hearted and willing to give all they had, all that they had. Once, after traveling to 45 homes in those villages, the sadhus and I had received about 2 rupees in donations, which is like a few cents at even then, maybe even less. I could not control my disbelief. Is that it? Doesn't sound like it was worth it. Swamishri immediately countered. It was spectacular. I did not want to take anything at all, but their love and desire would not allow me to deny them the pleasure of putting a few rupees at the feet of Hari Krishna Maharaj's Murti, which is the sacred image of the divine that he carries with him everywhere. If you go there now, you will see that their towns have sewage lines, their children are studying in our city and rural schools, and they have started building homes out of concrete and stone. I only wanted them to treat each other well and to treat their bodies well. It was the only reason I spent days upon days in those villages. When I left, I would leave a list of names for Divya Swarupta Swami and others to follow up. I wanted each and every one of them to maintain their identity and religion, while living a healthy and moral lifestyle. I never judged them, I never manipulated them, I never wanted anything from them. Yogi, help those who need it the most. Give them love and support. God will be pleased if you can see all of them in His light. Swamishri spoke for about 20 minutes. He remembered names of people and villages as if he was just there the previous day. I was getting taps on my shoulder by the other sadhus and attendants. Others wanted to sit with Swamishri, but my guru would not let me leave. He was too busy showing me how to cultivate a mind and heart without corners. And I'm going to pause our reading of In Love at Ease there for now. So thank you for listening. I learned so much from Swamishri. So now we can return to whatever conversations we were having, and whatever ones have been inspired by the reading also. I'm glad you liked it, Magdalene. And hello, Amanda. Nice to see you again. And thank you, Undertow, for that finger heart again. And Aquarius Lady for your 9 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Jen, for your pair of ice cream cones. Jai Sitaram. James, you were wondering what my opinion is on Jainism. Oh, how could I form an opinion when I know little about the Jains? I know that they are very similar to Buddhists, and they even started around the same time with a very similar story of their founding leader. I know that one of the differences between Jainism and Buddhism is that they see karma with the presented action itself, not just the intention. That is why they always brush the floor wherever they step, so they do not step on any bugs accidentally. Why they wear masks all the time, so they do not inhale any bugs or microbes that could die inside our lungs or digestive system. They believe that karma is not just intention. It has to do with if harm was inflicted at all. Whereas the Buddhists tend to believe that you don't get the karma if you never intended on harming someone. This is a big difference. And that's about the extent that I know of Jainism. I know it's one of the dharmic religions in the region, which includes Buddhism, Hinduism, and Sikhism as well. But I would love to know more about the Jains. Thank you, Renvox, for your tiny diny. Yippee! And Mermander, you share that you wish you could give me a hug and thank me in person as a token of appreciation. Aww. Well, I will accept a virtual hug. Come here. You got this. You are loved and cared for. And Tattvam Asi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Jai Nisargadatta. Hello, Michelle. I hope you are doing well. I had yet to get back on your message that I sent last night, but I think I saw in the preview that you were doing okay, since someone had offered to share breakfast or lunch with you. No good. And thank you, Mermander, for your floral bloom. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Sammy, for your 15 roses. Hare Krishna. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, Amanda. You share that you spoke your mind and told the one you love you do so. And to say the least, you've been distracted. That sounds wonderful. And I'm very happy to hear that you have been distracted then. But you're always welcome here. And hello, Auntie. And thank you, the link below, for your 10 tiny dinies. Yippee! And thank you, Mermander, for your wonderful hanging lights also. Radhe, Radhe. And user 308, you ask, do I believe there is something after death? Well, let me ask you, do you believe there is something before birth? And there's your answer. If the answer is yes, then the answer is yes. If the answer is no, then even then you shouldn't worry, because from that void spawned this life, the nothingness before birth. So you are only returning to the very place from which you took birth. What is stopping that process from happening again? Nothing. Thank you, Nadia, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Good evening, Nadia. And hello, 31 Planes of Existence. Auntie, you were wondering what was the question of the day. My question of the day was, what is easier to feel, but harder to express? And hello, Shireen. Thank you for wishing me a beautiful day. Yay, foot mic. Indeed. Coochie coochie coo. Leela, you are wondering, where in the world am I right now? It looks like a breezy day. I am in my backyard, in my home in Canada. And the man himself, you are wondering, what can you do to become enlightened today? Is that even possible? Oh, sure, it's possible. But then again, we would be focused on the destination rather than the journey. It actually befits you to take your time with it. You will get much more peace that way, to accept where you are in this moment, rather than trying to run away from everything so quickly. If you attend to everything in your experience with a kind of love and faith, then you will get enlightenment as a byproduct in each moment as we continue striving for higher and higher things. Thank you, Leila, for your heart meetup. Hariom Tat Sat. And Nadia, thank you for your finger heart. And an applause. I have a finger heart for you, and my applause is on its way. Dattavamasi, you share that pain and sorrow is easier to feel and hard to express. Very right you are. Love. Yes, I agree with that, Amanda. I did find the bandana as your recommendation. As I said, you may find me today having a bandana. I was thinking about you just before I began. And Magdalene, you share that perhaps a chibi yamdana, oh my goodness, a bandana could be designed. What great fun that would be. I like your thinking. Let's do it. A yamdana. What should be on the yamdana? And Diana, you would like me to give you more advice on being peaceful. Peacefulness is your inherent nature. All I have to do, the only part I have to play in anyone else's peace, is to direct them to what they already have, which means that I can never give them anything new. All I have to do is remind them what you already knew. Peacefulness is your inherent nature. Why? Notice that it is the one thing that everything that is alive is drawn to. No matter who you are striving for peace. Not everyone strives for peace in the same way. Some people do it in some pretty inefficient ways. Some people look for peace at the sacrifice of others' peace. But no matter what, we are all striving for peace. Let's ask, why? Why is everyone striving for peace? In all of the world's scriptures, I have only ever found one verse which explains the why, and not just the how. In the Vedas, it is said so poetically that just as the rains, the rivers, are drawn towards the ocean, just as all the rocks are drawn towards the ground, a part is always drawn towards its whole. and we are made whole by the place in which we come. I do not mean this planet. I mean that very source of everything. That wholeness is what we are all looking for. The unity that we once had in our inherent original being, that great being which hath divided itself into so many indivisible souls which we call ourselves. It is that source that we are all striving to attain, though we often do not realize it, for peace is the nature of that. Therefore, to become peaceful just means to become in tune with your original nature, with your inner being, the source from which this whole universe arises. This means to let go of our attachment to anything that is not that source. That we love not the person for their body and mind. We love them because they are an expression of their source. We do everything in this world not for the sake of attaining anything worldly, but for the sake of serving that spirit which pervades it all. If you do this, peace becomes your inheritance. Thank you, Joe Yogi, for your balloons, your 11 gimme the votes, 11 community fests, and a heart me. Jai Gurudev. Hello, Hexakin, and hello, Annie MJ. Much love to you. I did wear the bandana. Indeed, Jade Monique. And Magdalene, you share that you were thinking the same kawaii yams on the socks, but the options are limitless. I like that. It's good. Anna Banana, you share that you're scared of dying and losing your loved ones. Is there any way you can stop being so scared? That's a beautiful inquiry. But fear is not something to be stopped as though it were something that takes you away from life. Actually, this fear can be a great teacher, as through it we can understand our values. So, instead of the verb to stop, I would use the verb to befriend. Let us befriend our fears, rather than try to diminish them. We befriend the fear of losing our loved ones by getting it to teach us how what we are afraid of losing is not something that can be lost. That the love that you feel for them is a part of your very being, and the love that they have given you has also merged in you. How can that which is you be taken away from you? Just as we have had innumerable lifetimes, not just on this planet, but in many universes before, so too, all of the same constituents are just rearranged in a different way. You are always surrounded by your loved ones. Just as a ladybug walking by was probably your mother, how many lifetimes ago? Just as your significant other was your best friend only a few lifetimes ago, so too all beings in this reality are each other's loved ones. We never leave each other, even for a moment. And thank you, Annie MJ, for a finger heart and a trio of community fests on top of your heart me. Radhe o Radhe. And I love that the oracle reads, you share that Ram Dass once said, dying is the safest thing you'll ever do. That's funny. That's funny. He also said, death is like taking off an old shoe. I think he was quoting his guru, Neem Karoli Baba. And Michelle, you share, to love someone means to see them as the divine intended them. I love that observation. That's beautiful. We manifest the potential in someone by loving them. And Hexakin, you share that you helped a homeless guy, and now as a thank you, he is ruining your 15-year relationship, and you are confused. I'm confused too. For if a 15-year relationship can be ruined in such a way, then maybe it was not the relationship that it appeared to be. Because the bond between two people, it can never be changed by a third party. We often blame this so that someone else can have a say at the love between us. But the only people that can have a say at the love between two people are those two people. So, although it might be easy to blame someone else, we have to take some accountability and look within. What signs have been there since before the change? Besides, what you did to help that homeless person was a very good thing. And it is not made bad by getting a bad outcome. The universe knows this. The intention was never to get anything in return. That is what makes it selfless. But I am sorry to hear that you are having difficulties in your relationship. It is my prayer for you that these things resolve themselves in a way that is conducive to everyone's happiness, including the homeless person's. And, Frog, you had asked what I thought about Hermeticism or alchemy. Maybe you didn't hear me, but thank you for asking again, so I can approach it from a different direction. I know very little about Hermeticism, but alchemy is something that happens on the level of the soul. Many alchemists, they sought for the transmutation of lead unto gold. And of course, because their searches were very mystical, they wrote about their alchemy in terms of physical things. But just as people who are talking on the phone might use some secret words in order to hide what they are really looking for, it was never about gold. People have known for a long time that lead is a poison. Gold is a treasure. So it is about transmuting a poison into a treasure. This is the alchemy of the soul. We must convert our suffering into bliss. If you can do this, then you are an alchemist. How do we transmute suffering into bliss? Well, it's very simple but very difficult. The simplicity is that suffering is not meant to break you down. It is meant to build you up. That is a challenge given to you by the universe so that we may grow, we may learn. Because nobody ever became wise by not solving problems. Nobody ever became brave by not facing their fears. Nobody ever became strong by having nothing to work towards. So all of those brave, those strong, those wise people you see in the world, they are there because of this alchemy of the soul, that they were able to transmute their poison into treasure. So see not suffering as something which minimizes you. Strive to maximize yourself in spite of the suffering. And thank you, Jay, for your dancing flower. Oh, flowers, they do dance. My mother has planted many flowers around me, such as these here, to my right, and those there to my left. Flowers on my right, flowers on my left, flowers in front of me. That's all of you. Thank you, Aquarius lady, for your tiny. Yippee! Jen, you're wondering what's my mother's secret? You can barely keep your cactus alive. I think my mother's secret has always been very obvious, and it's that she doesn't just treat her plants as something which need her help. She treats herself as something which needs to help. Therefore, it is the potential in the flower, the cactus, to grow. She is only made available to witness that growth by offering her love, and that's an opportunity given to her. Because love, it grows only when we see it as something that is given to us. When you say, I love you, it may sound like a gift to who you're talking to, but really, you have been given the opportunity to love, and what greater treasure is that? G to infinity, you are wondering if Sandy has been eating flowers. Probably. In fact, he might even be eating flowers right now. Tatvamasi, you share. Death could be taking off a shoe for you, but what about the loved ones and their pain after one dies? Asking for a friend. We're all walking each other home. Another Ram Dass quote. When one Ram Dass quote doesn't suffice, we use another one. When it comes to ourselves, we say, death is like taking off an old shoe. When it comes to others, we say, life is walking each other home. We have walked them home. That is all we could have done. And how grateful they are for the opportunity to have someone with them in their journey. I think there's a raccoon in the bushes behind me. He's breaking some branches. Must be all fat after eating all the cherries on the cherry tree. Thank you, Colin, for your quintet of roses. James, you're wondering, what's my favorite bodhisattva? You are my favorite bodhisattva, James. And thank you for wishing my mom, my dad, and my sister well, Amanda. They are doing the best they can, and I'm very proud of all of them. I'm happy to connect with you. Give me stronger. Life is no accident, though it is spontaneous. And Eden, you share that you remember me liking Sadhguru a while ago. Do I still have the same thoughts? No one ever has the same thoughts. In 5 minutes from now, my whole mind will be different. But what I like in someone never changes. James, you are wondering, have I got any good Buddhism book to read? I do. I have the pocket Pema Chodron. And why don't we read from a short section of it? She is a lovely Buddhist nun. Oh, Pema. Pema, you're too big. There. Now you're a good size. Let's see. Today, let us read from number 28. Happiness without a hangover. Oh, this one will be applicable. As we train in opening our hearts and discovering the soft spot, we gradually feel more joy, the joy that comes from a growing appreciation of our basic goodness. We still experience strong conflicting emotions. We still experience the illusion of separateness. But there's a fundamental openness that we begin to trust. This trust in our fresh, unbiased nature brings us unlimited joy. A happiness that's completely devoid of clinging and craving. This is the joy of happiness without a hangover. How do we cultivate the conditions for joy to expand? We train in staying present. In sitting meditation, we train in mindfulness and unconditional friendliness. In being steadfast with our bodies, our emotions, our thoughts, we stay with our own little plot of earth and trust that it can be cultivated. That cultivation will bring it to its full potential. Even though it's full of rocks and the soil is dry, we begin to plow this plot with patience. We let the process evolve naturally. At the beginning, joy is just a feeling that our own situation is workable. We stop looking for a more suitable place to be. We've discovered that the continual search for something better does not work out. This doesn't mean that there are suddenly flowers growing where before there were only rocks. It means that we have confidence that something will grow here. As we cultivate our garden, the conditions become more conducive to the growth of bodhicitta, of awakening consciousness. The joy comes from not giving up on ourselves, from mindfully sticking with ourselves and beginning to experience our great warrior spirit. That was number 28, Happiness Without a Hangover. Thank you for listening. And thank you, Colin Michael, for your pair of friendship necklaces. A perfect amount. One for me and one for Sandy. And thank you, Cryptic Canuck, for your heart, man. Cheer you ups. 5 of them. I have some cheer for you too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Pheromone, thank you for your heart, me. And 10 roses. Now, Frog, you are also wondering, what do I think about Taoism? The Tao that can be thought about is not the eternal Tao, isn't it? What thoughts I have about it are not about it. The most important thing about the Tao of Taoism, which can sometimes be translated to the truth or the way, is that nothing can ever describe it. Not in speech, not in written word, nor in thought. So whatever thoughts I have about it, they are not. Thank you for hanging out with us, Amanda, even for a little bit. Thank you for wishing us joy and peace. Passion flower. You share that I am looking happy and well today. Oh, thank you. I am feeling happy and well always. I'm glad you like that, Sue. You also like Thich Nhat Hanh books. He's a great teacher and a very early inspiration of mine, too. And thank you, Bambi, for being here. Sean, you ask, do we exist beyond the flesh? The flesh is inside of you. Remember this. We feel as though we are in the body, but look for yourselves. No, really. Look down. Do you see your arms, your legs, your torso? Close your eyes. Can you hear your breathing? Maybe the saliva move around your mouth or your tummy grumbling. Can you feel your body? Therefore, everything we call the body is inside your senses, and not the other way around. Spirituality means we flip life on its head. We understand that we are not in the world. The world is in us. That includes our body, by the way. That we are not in the mind is in us. That it is from this consciousness your body has arisen. If you look at it this way, then the answer isn't something you need faith in. It's something you directly observe from a matter of perspective, and a perspective of matter. And thank you, Jen, for your community fast. Your 4 finger hearts. 1, 2, 3. Here's 4 for you. And your 10 tiny tinies. Yippee! Who is the one who hears? The ear of the ear. Who is the one who sees? The eye of the eye. Who is the one who knows? The mind of the mind. Hi, Sandy. You're so cute. I can't see his eyes, but I see his little nose, and I see his whiskers. He's looking at me. Looking at my legs, I think. Sovereign, you ask, do I eat chocolate? I have not eaten chocolate in a while, but I definitely love it when I do. You would like me to show the kitty. The kitty is going to be like Where's Waldo for you. You have to pay close enough attention. You know what? I can do you one better. There's the kitty. You probably can't see him though. There's ear. Yes. Brayden, you are wondering, did I delete all my posts? I have privated them, but maybe one day they will return. Patience is a virtue. And Shadow, yes, Shadow is in the shadows. I'm not sure where he is. Oh, actually, no, I see him too. I see his fur. I hear a baby expressing himself, crying. One of my favorite games to play is whenever a baby is crying, I ask my mom, what kind of cry is that? I'm always impressed with a mother's ability to figure out what the cry means. She's really good at that game. She goes, oh, that cry? That means they have a sibling which got something that they did not. I go, wow, you could tell that just from the sound of the cry? She said, well, you cried a lot when you were a kid. Oh, and Sue, you are sitting out here with your two orange cats, May and M. I love that. Well, hello, May and M. And Cryptic, you are shouting out me for keeping my kitty safe when outside. You want a cat, you. Well, it only took 2 days to build. Just a bunch of 2x4s and some deer net and some plywood for the various floors that they can jump on. It's amazing how easy it is to actually build stuff if you have the tools and the resources. You know, you can just stick some pieces of wood together with some nails, and there you go. You've built something. You just need the wood, you just need the nails, and you need a cool glass of lemonade. The sky's the limit. Melinda, you share that you used to cry a lot as a kid, and you still do. Well, me too. And no, I actually don't do a lot of DIY. That was really my only project. I like making small things, but that was the first big thing I ever made. Yes, I have a younger sister, Pino Meow. And hello, hummingbird. Meowing. Sovereign, you're wondering, why do I cry? Because it's a beautiful way to express myself. Whenever I'm watching a movie that's just beautiful, I just cry. Whenever I'm feeling happy thoughts, and those thoughts become overwhelming, they condense into droplets of tears. And I let them roll down my face and nurture the soil of my life with the nutrients of joy. User 224, you share that happy tears have a different chemical composition and structure than unhappy ones. Isn't that wonderful? There is a subtle connection between everything we feel in our mind and in our body too. It's beautiful. Jen, you share that you cried over a bond of canned fruit being a comfort food with your friend last night. And you are one of the most special beings in the universe for that. Now, for the most part, the universe does not care much about us. We cannot influence the entirety of the universe in just about anything we do. But there is one exception to that. When someone cries, the universe actively begins rearranging itself. The most miraculous things happen when you cry. You'll be crying and suddenly someone that you need to hear from messages you. Or you'll be crying on a park bench and someone suddenly appears, whether it's a human or an animal, or even if it's a kind of breeze in the air that comforts you. One of the biggest times that we make a difference in the universe is when we cry. It just starts rearranging itself for you. Never underestimate the power of tears. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahansa used to say that if you want to meet God, after 3 days of crying, he will personally reveal himself to you. Or herself. Actually, Ramakrishna was a big devotee of the Divine Mother. She said the Divine Mother will personally reveal herself to you if you cry for 3 days. No need to wait 8.4 million lifetimes, the cycle of births and deaths, for enlightenment to come. Just cry for 3 days. It will come. But it's a full-time thing, more than full-time. It means that you do not sleep for those 3 days. It means that there is not a single moment that you spend other than crying. So although it sounds very easy, it's actually very hard. You can try to cry as much as you want, but after a few hours, you will probably be okay. You might take some breaks, but if you ensure that not a single moment is spent besides crying, it is one of the fastest ways to liberation. In cryptic, you ask, how do you cry for that long without running out of tears or getting a severe migraine? Yeah, I never said that it would be without pain. User 224, you ask, is it normal to cry for hours on end when in a bad state? I do not like the word normal, because nothing is normal. You look at one thing in this universe and tell me that it's the default. Show me one thing that's so unordinary, so unremarkable. Everything is beyond any sort of normality, which also means that, from a certain perspective, everything is just as it needs to be for you. If you find the most relief by crying for hours on end, I find the beauty in that. And as long as you do too, that's all that matters. If you feel like it's a beautiful thing to do, then why should anyone tell you otherwise? And thank you, Ragnhildar, for your beautiful swan. Om Namah Shivaya. Michelle, you share that your therapist advised you to take this as a positive indication that you could cry. I don't see a place where crying isn't something that you can do to relieve yourself. Crying, I think, is one of the most beautiful things that you can do. In fact, I hope people cry more, not because they have to, but because they need to. And I couldn't cry for a long time. Oh yes, I think there were like 10 years or so where I never cried. And the first time I cried happy tears, wow. I didn't know what I was missing. And I love the way you put that, Bambi. Crying is a detox of emotions. It's all okay. And Magdalene, you share laughter may be the greatest medicine, but crying can be too. I love that as well. Laughter and crying are both very dear to me. Both can be equally potent. In fact, I would not be surprised if 3 days of laughter would get you to the divine as well. Mind you, you'd have to fight the fact that people are going to think you've lost your mind. But in Indian culture, something that I look up to, losing one's mind is a very, very good thing. It's the whole goal of Indian spirituality. Right now, we are all holding on to our mind, letting it give us instructions. Letting go of that is a beautiful thing. And hello, HRH Sunshine. You see that you are wearing a bandana as I said I would? Well, you have a great memory. Indeed. And Mio, you share that you often cry when you laugh. And when they come hand in hand, you are just so beautifully human. Isn't it so? How many animals do you see laughing? No, hyenas don't count. How many animals do you see crying? As humans, we do these two things best. And when you are laughing, as you are crying, for that moment, you are the most human being on the planet. And thank you, Astrid, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! Eden, you are wondering, do I still make the mathematical functions lives? I don't know if I've ever made a mathematical function live. Oh wait, no, I did. Yes, you were talking about the fractal exploration. That was fun. Perhaps we could do that again sometime. I liked that. Thank you for reminding me. And user 224, you ask, why is it sometimes we struggle to laugh with genuine joy? There may be other things weighing us down, because laughter is a kind of lightness. For a balloon to float, yes, it might be filled with everything it needs to leave the ground. But if something else is attached to it, then we have to let go of that in order for this laughter to float all the way up. And Nora, you were wondering, how did you miss fractal exploration? Is it on YouTube? No, this was many years ago, before I even uploaded the recordings of these. Tomorrow we were going to do a meditation, a special live stream dedicated to meditation. Maybe we can do another special live stream next week dedicated to fractal exploration. That would be fun, wouldn't it? And Cryptic Canuck, you ask, how do you learn biochemistry without your brain melting? No. Your brain has to melt in order to learn something new. In fact, this is a part of biochemistry, isn't it? It's called neuroplasticity. That your brain does get deformed so that it can create new neural highways between concepts so that things become easier to understand. Your brain literally does change as it learns. And thank you, Sue, for your pair of roses. No one can learn anything without being challenged. Learning happens, especially the struggle of trying to grasp something new. Those hours you spend at your desk, banging your textbook against your head. Why won't it make sense? That's how neuroplasticity works. Every time you bang your head, then your brain starts reconfiguring to learn whatever's in the textbook that you're banging with. Right? No, I'm just kidding. But kind of, though. And Saxon Crawford, you share you don't feel like you're yourself. Well, the good news I have for you is that you are yourself. You can never not be yourself. Good night, Ro. See, you might not feel like you are who you're supposed to be. But what if I told you the problem was not in you? That the contradiction was not of your existence. It is that you are feeling something contradicting. But just because you feel something does not make it you. You full on get scared about how we think. Well, thinking is a great mystery. You and all the scientists studying how it works. There was a story of this disciple who went to his guru in the Himalayas, and he asked his guru how he can stop being sad. His guru reminded him that you are not sad. No one can ever be sad, because being implies that you are that. But sadness does not constitute what you are. Meditate on this, the guru said. Hit him with a stick on the way out. Remember this. So he went and meditated on this. I am not sadness. Sadness is not I. Sadness is something I may feel, as it may occur to me, but this emotion is not me. He started becoming very, very joyful. When it started to make sense, he ran all the way back up the mountain to his guru. And he said, "Oh, Guruji, thank you, thank you, thank you. I have figured it out, and now I am happy." The guru hit him over the head with a stick. What did you just say? I'm sorry. All I said was, I am happy. Hit him again. What was that? I am happy. Hit him again. What did we say yesterday? You are not sad. Therefore, you are not happy either. When joy occurs to you, that also does not define you. You are beyond all feelings that arise to you, positive or negative. You are transcendental to them all. It's a funny story. No one got hurt because it was just a story. So it is okay if you are not feeling something that you identify with, because what you are feeling cannot constitute your true identity. That is to say, accept your feelings as they are, but do not cling to them, for you are beyond them. And thank you, Aquarius lady, for your tiny. Yippee! And Mind Surfer, thank you for your heart, me. Hariom Tatsat. Marcy, you clarify. So in other words, whoever smelt it may not have dealt it. We get to choose what experiences we wish to identify with. But this does not mean that we are void of responsibility for those situations which arise due to poor maintenance of this body or this mind. Though you may not be this body, this mind, though you may not be your thoughts, your feelings, you still have a responsibility to them because they are yours. They are yours, but not you. Like, you may not be your car, but that doesn't mean you should stop taking care of your car. As otherwise, how will it take you places that you need to go? Mind Surfer, thank you for your heart meet, Tom. Cryptic, you share that you're choosing to identify that you did not eat the last piece of cake. Now, you could say, I did not eat the cake. My hand reached out and picked it up, and my body started digesting it. But I am not this hand, I am not this body. But who is the one controlling this body? Now that is something that is you. Tatvamasi, you ask, is the instantation or instantiation of karma always a thought or also thoughtless action? I believe this is answered by the three-body doctrine: the causal body, the subtle body, and the physical body. That all actions first have a causal form, and then a subtle form, like a thought or a feeling, and then they have a physical form. There is something subtler than thought, from which the thought first arises as. Now, this is not something you can think about, because thinking would take place at the level above the causal. So good luck thinking about the causal. But still, if we look around us, all of the differences humans have made to this world, they first arose as a thought. There is not anything around us, besides Mother Nature as she is, that was not first a thought. Both all the good and the bad we do for the world, it first originates as a thought. Such is why it is so important to take care of the mind. If you take care of the mind, you take care of the world. Because every difference that you make in the world arises from the differences first in one's mind. But the mind, too, has another layer to it. The causal layer. You could say this is closer to our intellect and our ego. These operate not at the level of thought, but a flow of awareness primarily. That first we take our attention somewhere, then we think about it, then we act on it. So where does your attention go to? This is the cause. Love one another. Thank you, DLYJ. User 224, you had asked. Actually, just before I read your question, David, you asked a question. You asked how my day was so far. I wanted to say hello to you. Thank you for asking. My day has been well. But user 224, you had asked, should we think of suffering if it causes us emotional stress when the alternative seems to be apathy? Definitely a great question. No one says to ignore your suffering. As you said, that would be apathy. Being non-attached from suffering doesn't mean that we hide it under the rug. Because if you have to hide it under the rug, this means there's still an attachment to it. Non-attachment means that it could be in plain sight, but it still does not bother you. It means that all the triggers are there, but still you remain unaffected. Embracing suffering is not masochistic either, that we don't try to bring more of it on. Instead, we remain neutral with it. We have a kind of loving acceptance for it as it is, that the suffering means there's something we can work towards, some way in which I can relate to others. We work with it rather than against it. We see suffering as a kind of tool which can transform our lives, and as an opportunity to attend to someone who might be a recipient for all the love we have within. When the suffering is inside us, it's an opportunity for growth. And when the suffering is inside others, it's an opportunity for service. And taking advantage of this opportunity for growth or service, that requires full attention on the suffering. And thank you, Esther, for your pair of roses still. Jai Hanumanji. And Jen, thank you for your poutine. You know, it's a Canadian delicacy. Just as is maple syrup. Maple syrup on poutine. That sounds even better. But the carbs. Oh, the carbs. Thank you, Jen. No, says Cryptic Canuck. Thank you, Rainbow, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Ego, you ask a good question. And I believe you that you don't mean to be rude, but why am I qualified to answer questions? It's a very good question. I believe that everyone is qualified to answer questions. But whether my words have an authority to them, this is something you get to decide. I don't speak from a position that you must listen to me, that I know something that you don't. I speak from a place of only wishing to relate with you. It is my wish that all my words do is provide something for you to relate with, that you see the truth in them, rather than believe that there's truth in them. I do not want anyone to believe what I say. These lives are not a matter of belief. I speak from my experience, and if I can somehow convey this experience, then this is an honor you provide me. It is never expected. But if there is any practicality or import in what I say, it is found in your own experience, how you can relate with mine. But thank you for asking. Cryptic Canuck, you share that you just tried real maple syrup for the first time. And you've lived in Canada your entire life. My goodness. Not a very Canadian, are you? Yes, as user 224 said, I am a student of life, not a master. And David, you are curious, do I follow Billy C. Carson or Bashar or Brian Foster? You follow me and them and a few others. I'm only familiar with Bashar of those three, and I'm familiar with them because of people like you who always ask me about them. So I think it's my best interest to have an answer what I think about them. So I have been doing some research, and by research I just mean having some fun watching some videos of Bashar. And I don't care so much for the supernatural component, because it doesn't matter to me. I think the words themselves have an import to them, that they don't gain an authority because of who is speaking. They gain an authority because of the contents of the words themselves. And if you pay attention to the self-revealing nature of words, then you don't even need to pay attention to the person who is speaking them. Because it matters not who I am when it comes to these sanghas, for example. It matters the quality of what I say. And if the words are high quality, then anyone could say them and they would have the same effect. That is why I believe the same is true for Bashar, that how am I supposed to know whether there really is an intergalactic alien speaking through a human? It's not something within my experience. I can't speak about that. But what is within my experience is the ways in which I see the truth in those words, and therefore they speak for themselves. Chicken drumsticks, you ask, do you think we come to earth with a defined purpose? We are from the earth. This body, this mind, it has arisen from Mother Nature, which is all around. It is an investment given to us that we return these bodies to the earth, may have made a positive impact on the world. Mother Nature does not demand anything in particular of us, just as long as we bring more love into the world than we take out of it. Love is not something that can be expressed in one way or another. It is formless and beyond any expression in particular. Therefore, what you do in this life, when it comes to how you express that love, that is your choice. Actually, human beings are unique in this aspect, that no other life form on earth has the power to change their fate. This has been said in scripture, that those who are born into an animal body, they just live off the fruit of their past karma. They cannot create any new intentions with their life. So too with the celestial abode, that they are just living off the fruit of the past karma as well. They cannot change their intention either. So we come to earth for the very specific reason of doing whatever we want as a human. No other life form can say this, that in this moment I can choose to be someone completely different than the last moment. There is no obligation to be the same person your whole life. But the personalities of any other creature, they are fixed from the moment of birth. Humans are unique in this regard, and that we have an especially empowered intellect, which means that we can transcend the mind at any time. That no matter what the mind says, we have veto power over it. However, most humans do not exercise this ability. They just do whatever their mind tells them to do. Therefore, they will likely have an animal body in their next life because they're not living up to the human potential. To live up to the human potential means that you're allowed to disagree with your mind. That your mind can say one thing and you say something higher. Thank you, Esther, for your 1, 2, 9 roses in total. Radhe Radhe. And Mark, thank you for your trio of roses. Good night, Esther. And thank you for wishing all of us such wonderful blessings with your presence here. And user 224, you ask, when I say animal bodies, does this encompass humans? When I say animal bodies, this includes humans. But when I say other animals, I mean other animals besides humans. You are also wondering, do I see a distinction between humans and animals then? The distinction is precisely this, that we have the power to change our mind. But the soul is the same. The bodies, they come from Mother Earth the same. The difference is something called the buddhi, the intellect, which is especially empowered in us humans for the purpose of austerity. No other animal can perform austerity. Austerity means we deny the mind of simple pleasures that are readily available. See, if you give a monkey something that it loves to eat, there's no convincing it not to eat it. But a human being, we have the power to have a pleasure that is available to us, but instead strive for something even higher. Students are a great example of this. Every night that they are able to study, it would be so much more pleasurable to go out and party, to have a fun night out, watch a movie, whatever. It's a simple, accessible pleasure. But those of you who spend the night studying, you are fulfilling your humanness. You are being austere. And that is the greatest gift. We do it all in other ways. Those who work out go to the gym. It is just easier to instead have a night in, eat lots of junk food. But deciding to eat healthy and going to the gym, that's an austerity that's especially human. When the bananas are ripe in the jungle, no monkey says, I'm not even going to eat the bananas yet. I got to finish this rep. I got to finish this set of reps. Maybe tomorrow I can go out and eat bananas with you. No, today I'm going to work out, do some more push-ups. No monkey ever said this. And not just because they don't speak English. But the problem is, from our endless lifetimes, we still have monkey hardware. Actually, another word for the neocortex in our brain is the monkey brain. So although we should love all creatures the same because they have the same level of consciousness, humans are unique. It's a very rare birth. It's a gift to be born a human. A very big and beautiful gift. Taking care of this system is of utmost priority. Mark, thank you for your trio of roses. And Southern Unique Jewelry, thank you for your trio of finger hearts. Your trio of gimme the votes, and a pair of applauses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Astrid, thank you for your 54 roses. Radhe Radhe. And Jay Gardia, you are wondering what my thoughts are on multiverse theory. We can imagine about all the different realities, but how do we make this one we want to live in? Because this is the one we've been given. Of all the possible realities, how do we make the best components of each available in this one? And user 224, you share that yet, compared to other animals, you feel we are more likely to go out of control. Oh, definitely. If you want a simple life, live as an animal. And if you want to struggle, live as a human. But if you want to reach the ultimate, then you have to struggle. No one ever reached God without struggle. The ultimate possibility can only be found through immense struggle. Because we have to question all of our ways of thinking, all of our ways of doing. We have to deconstruct how many billion years of evolution that has made us the perfect predator. We need to become something much softer, something much more compassionate, something much more accepting. Thus we have to fight against this system in order to befriend the divinity within. So you share that immense struggle is still difficult for you to accept. Therefore, you know exactly what I'm talking about then. You've said it the second part of your sentence. Still difficult for you to accept. That's the struggle. And good night, Michelle. You are Eepy. May you have a beautiful night, full of rest. And you share that awakening is not a walk in the park. It's a walk in the dark. How to let go of all things. Ego is the obstacle. Even then, viewing the ego as an obstacle is also one of the obstacles. Ego is not our enemy. It is our best friend. But we've made an enemy out of our friend. And there's the conflict. Right now, our sense of self is exclusive. That we are trying to make happy only what's in this box. So we are taking resources from outside of that box and trying to make this thing happy. But if we expand that boundary to have an inclusive sense of self without boundary, then this ego becomes the friend of the universe and a very good partner in this journey. Tattvam Asi, you ask, how can we reduce or remove conflict within oneself altogether? By valuing yourself in all its different constituent parts. Conflict just means that there are two parts of you that have differing opinions. You don't have to get everyone in the world to have the same opinion. You just have to get everyone to respect each other's opinion. The same is true for all the parts within our body, our mind. You don't have to get every part of you in alignment. just have a kind of respect. Teach your mind that it's okay to have conflicting thoughts, that they don't have to compete over attention, that they are all a valid expression of life, and choosing one over another doesn't mean you have to repress the other. Just allowing yourself to have contradictions. Understanding that life is not just one thing. It's comprised of many things, all striving to express itself in different ways. Tatvamasi, you add that both sides of that conflict is a thought that arises from a limited knowledge. It's vain to follow either. No? Don't look at it in this way. See, a thought is just an opportunity for expression. Expression doesn't have to mean that you are limiting yourself, because no one can be unlimited all at once. Being infinite means that no side of you can ever represent your wholeness. Just because we only get to experience one aspect of the universe at a time doesn't mean that each aspect doesn't deserve to be expressed. There is an expression that is allowed to come through. All it requires is a kind of patience, that each thought will find its fruition one day. It doesn't have to be now, but there's no need to repress any part of one's mind. These are all options for expression. Yes, expressing yourself in one way means that you can't in another way, but that is why time exists, so that we can explore all possibilities. And thank you, Bambi, for your 36 roses. An octet of them, 21 of them, another pair of pears, and a rose, in singular. Hare Krishna. And NJB, thank you for your heart meat and your 37 team bracelets. Hare Krishna. Now, I would have been happy with 35, since 2 other times you sent 1 extra. But I'm always grateful that you remember my favorite number. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of roses, and always such wonderful questions. And Claudia, Shambhala. Thank you for your trio of finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Pantagor, for your heart meet too. And Aquarius Lady, thank you for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. G to infinity, you share the more thoughts, the more neural connections like branches of a tree. That's a beautiful thought. It's a thought about a thought. Thank you, Astrid, for your heart me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Normally I don't respond to comments like this, but I have something I want to say. Someone said that I'm just saying shit and people are eating it up. But then again, so does the cow. The cow produces a lot of shit, but yet it's the perfect fertilizer for so much food to grow that we all eat up. Without the cow shit, we would never have all this food on our plate, for it serves as a kind of nutrient in which other things take root. Jai Bholenath. You love this sound, Gab? The manjira my mother got for me. It has such a lovely ring to it. Actually, one of my favorite sounds you can get out of this is just having them dangle. I hope the passing plane is not too loud. And thank you, Laurie, for your applause. Your tiny diny. Yippee! And your fire. Radhe Radhe. Laurie, you are wondering, do I play guitar? My father tried many times, since he has so many of them. Whenever I expressed any interest, he would try to teach me. Bless him. As a musician, he was only happy to share his passion with me. But I never got hold of that instrumental talent that my father has. Instead, I find ways to express myself musically differently, and my father is happy about that too. Very clever, Eden. Well done. Yes, these Yamsox are but a pun on my name, Yamsox. Laura, you share that your grandson is learning classical guitar. How lovely is that? And what a joy I'm sure it is to hear. Isn't it amazing that even when well, I guess I don't know if your grandson is the son of your son or your daughter. So that depends on what I'm about to say. Or what I'm about to say depends on that. But it is beautiful that, yes, it's the son of your son. Then what I was going to say wouldn't make sense. So never mind. But how lovely is it that such an ancestral lineage of yours finds its way to be expressed through your grandson in such a way. That's wonderful. Sue, you share that what I say is helpful, thought-provoking, and helps your human self and the soul. I do like to provoke, but in a way which gets you to giggle rather than cry. Maybe Giggling and crying is also acceptable. Or tears of joy. But I never wish to provoke in the way that takes away from your life. Yes, I am not sure if it would be appropriate to share my parents' names on live, as I respect their privacy. They are relatively private people. But you probably wouldn't know them, as they don't live in Vancouver. Nor do I. They live in Vancouver Island, as do I. G, you are wondering, where am I from ethnically? I am from Canada. I am a second-generation Canadian. My grandparents, they came from second or third. On my father's side, second, they came from Ireland. On my mother's side, they came from probably also Ireland. But I know that genetically they were more Scottish than they were Irish on my mother's side. So I'm very Celtic in ethnicity, but very Canadian in culture. But beyond the locale of my parents or their parents' births, I am from Mother Earth. And as such, I consider you all my family. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of roses. Jai Nisargadatta. And the link below. Thank you for your poutine. Now I'm still thinking about poutine and maple syrup. Thank you. And thank you, Laurie, for your dozen roses. Hariom Tatsat. And user 224. Fellow Irish, you share that I would enjoy some of the spiritual quirks of the Irish people, like fairy rings. Oh, I think about fairy rings often, whenever there is a circle of mushrooms or anything like that. I would often stand and dance in the middle of them like a good fey creature should. Do I bake, asks Eden. Sometimes for my mother, since she loves cookies, for Mother's Day or Christmas, or if I'm on her birthday. But most of the time I forget that I can do that. Now I'd love to take a short interim and read from another section of this spiritual scripture that I'm learning from, called the Vachanamrut. I think it will be a delightful experience. Thank you, Loopy Lane, for your wonderful hand hearts. Radhe oh Radhe. I am going to bring up the cover. G, you are also wondering, are Hindis allowed to smoke? And do you? Yes, Hinduism is one of the most inclusive religions, in that there's a path for everyone. There's a path that is all about brahmacharya, conserving the sexual energy. There's a path all about not using any kind of substance to change one's mind. There is also a path which takes advantage of both those things, especially tantrikas. Hinduism has never been a religion about what you should do or shouldn't do. It's what you want to do and how you get to the divine in your own unique way. So today we are reading from Gadhada 168 of the Vachanamrut. This passage is all about how God forever resides in the 8 types of murtis and in the Sant. Murti means in divine image. Sant means saint. It's a cognate. On Chaitra Sudhi the 9th, Samvat 1876, or the 23rd of March, 1820, Swamishri Sahajanandji Maharaj was sitting on a large decorated cot under the neem tree in front of the mandir of Sri Vasudev Narayan in Dada Ghachar's Darbar in Gadhada. He was wearing a white case and had covered himself with a white cotton cloth. Around his head he had tied a white cloth that had a border of silken thread. At that time, an assembly of munis, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. Thereupon, Sriji Maharaj said, "Allow me to ask a question." The munis responded by saying, "Please do ask." Sriji Maharaj thus began. For 1 month during the famine of 69, this is 1869 in whatever calendar they're using here. So that's 7 years before this discussion, which would be 1813 in our calendar. 1813, there was a famine in this region, in Gujarat. Whenever I entered samadhi, meditative absorption, I felt I had gone to Purushottam Puri, to the city of the ultimate, where I entered and resided in the murti, in the image of Sri Jagannath Ji, one of the names for God. That murti may appear to be wooden, but through its eyes I observed everything. I observed both the bhakti, the loving devotion, and the deceitful ways of the mandir priest. In the same way, those people in our satsang fellowship, our assembly of spiritual seekers who have mastered samadhi, can also enter others' bodies through samadhi and see and hear everything. The scriptures also mention that Shukaji, who was the son of Veda Vyasa, the compiler of spiritual scriptures, Shukadeva, also known, spoke through the medium of a tree. Therefore, a great holy person or the divine can enter wherever they wish. The murtis which God has given for worship by his command are of 8 types. These are the types made of shaili, stone, darumayi, of wood, lauhi, of metal, lepya, of earth or sandalwood paste, lekya, engraved or drawn, saikati, of sand, manimayi, of gems, and of manomai, mental. God personally enters those murtis and resides within them. A devotee who worships those murtis should remain the same respect for them as they do for the manifest form of God. In the same way, God also resides in the heart of the sant, in the saint. Therefore, the saint should also be respected. Yet, a devotee totally fails to respect him. He considers a murti or one considers a murti to be merely a painting, or to be made of stone or other materials. Furthermore, they look upon that saint as an ordinary human being. But God himself has said, I forever reside in the 8 types of murtis and in the sant. Still, that devotee behaves disrespectfully before the murtis of the divine and before the sant, not fearing the divine in the least. Does such a person have faith in the divine or not? That is the question. The Paramahansas, the great monks, replied, because they do not realize the divine to be Antaryami, to be the innermost dweller of everyone and everything, and so fails to respect that, such a devotee does not have faith in the divine at all. Thereupon, Sriji Maharaj added, not only do they not have faith, but their bhakti, their loving devotion, is like that of a hypocrite. Sriji Maharaj then asked further, will such a devotee attain liberation or not? The sadhus replied, no, they will not attain liberation. Sriji Maharaj then continued, a person who develops such a nastik, which sounds like nasty, but actually just means a lack of faith in the divine, towards the murtis, the divine images, and the sant, the saintly person, will not merely stop there. They will also develop the same feelings towards the manifest form of the divine, whom they worship. They will also develop such sentiments towards the abodes of the divine, such as Golok, Brahmapur, etc. Furthermore, they will come to believe that the creation, sustenance, and dissolution of this universe is just due to Kal, time, and Maya, material existence, and karma, action, but not due to the will of the divine. In this way, they will become a staunch person with a lack of faith. Thereafter, Muktanand Swami asked, is the cause of such a lack of faith one's past karmas, their past actions, or the influence of bad company? Sriji Maharaj explained, the sole cause of the development of such an attitude is listening to the scriptures written by people who have such an attitude themselves, and keeping the company of one who has faith in those words instead. Furthermore, lust, anger, avarice, arrogance, egotism, and jealousy also cause such an attitude to develop. Why? Because if a person possesses any one of these swabhavs, these deep impressions, then they will not be able to believe the talks of even sadhus, monks such as Narada, who was the Deva Rishi, who was the Rishi, the seer of even the celestial beings, whom he taught, and the Sanagadik. When is such an attitude overcome? Well, when one listens to the talks of the divine actions and incidents of the divine, such as the creation, sustenance, and the dissolution of the cosmos, as described in faithful scriptures like the Srimad Bhagavad Purana, and also understands the glory of the divine and the saint. Such an attitude is overcome, and a faithful attitude develops. So thank you for listening. So, we should strive to have such a piercing gaze that we see the divine in everything, especially the images which symbolize that divine, especially in the people who exemplify those virtues of the divine too. We have to be able to feel that omnipresence within all things, that source of existence pulsating throughout all of creation. We can only be free of our bondage when we feel connected to this universal potency. Hello, hello. And thank you, Usha, for your finger heart and your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. You share that your journey was so peaceful, hello, and that you're ready to get back to nirvana. Nirvana is not what awaits you after your journey. Nirvana has been with you this whole time. Actually, samsara is just another name for nirvana. This cycle of births and deaths, although at first is a miserable existence, it becomes peaceful with the right perspective. Then we never return to identification. Hola, Marlin. Welcome. And hello, Mikey. Nice to see you again. Meow. Gab, you ask, for how long have I been practicing Hinduism? Hinduism is not something that one can practice. I remind you all of the two kinds of words for a thing. There is an exonym and there is an endonym. There is a name given from people who do not feel a part of whatever is going on. That's an exonym. Like, for example, most labels of mental states, they are exonyms. Because ADHD, for example, it merely looks like attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. But it looks like that only from someone who's not experiencing it. From someone who is experiencing it, you'd probably call the state of your mind something different. Who knows what kind of word someone with that would come up with. But the endonym is always going to be more fruitful because it comes from direct experience. Likewise, Hindus did not come up with that name for themselves. It was the Persians who, northwest of this region called Bharat, called the people and the culture there, beyond the Indus River, the Hindus. It was a word for something which they could not understand. But those that lived in that culture, they never called themselves anything. See, Hinduism isn't some gathering of certain types of people. It was an inclusive experience that is so diverse. It can never be said to be one thing. Hinduism is one of the only experiences in the world that has no boundary to it. Hinduism really just refers to the spiritual path itself. Because what has flourished beyond the Indus River is something that everyone is a part of. It just so happens that it is in this region of the world that the lineages have been preserved the best. What does it mean to be a practicing Hindu? Does it mean that you observe certain vows or that you do certain things? No. because you are free to practice it at your wish. Some people decide to do certain things with it. Some people decide to do different things. There is not one path for everyone, but the path that you are on. So from some perspective, you could say that we are all Hindu, and that you have always been practicing it. At the same time, you could say that nobody is Hindu, and nobody has ever practiced it, because there is no label to attach to that makes sense for everyone. Nor is there a practice that is available for everyone, since we all have our own personal paths to get where we need to go. Thank you, Shakira, for your heart me and Community Fest. Hari Om Tat Sat. And hello, Renvox. Welcome back, Mikey. I've been well. Thank you for asking. How have you been? It's a good question, Stefano. What do I do with the other Yamsox? Well, right now it's on my desk in my room. You have been well, Mikey. I'm happy to hear that. And thank you, Aquarius Lady, for your rose. Hare Krishna. There was one endonym for what is called Hinduism, and it's just a description rather than a name. It's called the Sanatana Dharma. But this isn't a name for a place or a person or a certain way of life. Literally, Dharma means the way of life that is right for you. And Sanatana means the eternal or the universal. So it's the eternal way of life that is right for you. This is what the people of Bharat said that they believed in. Dharma is a hard word, shares Tattvamasi. Yes, but it represents something very, very easy. That you live life to the best of your abilities, given your unique talents and graces, and you use them for the welfare of everyone. If you are doing this, then you are living in your Dharma. But to translate into English, it is not an easy task. Marlon, my big sister, you're wondering, have I drank any water today? Allow me to do so now. Thank you for reminding me. I can fill the other sock with rice for for what you say, Marcy, for a yummy themed beanie baby. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Yeah. I kind of love that. I also kind of hate that. And I love that. SRT V8 or 10. Life is never easy. It is nothing but a journey. And when you realize this, it becomes so easy. Once you accept that life is difficult, this acceptance makes it, maybe easy isn't the right word, but easier. that if you allow yourself to go through challenges, then you never feel hard-pressed to be here. I can also microwave the sock for a hot press. I'll have to wash it, otherwise it's going to smell like a hot foot. Even this microphone still smells like my feet. I'm smelling my feet all day. Gab, you ask, where do you start? You really want to find the light inside you. You found it even by asking that question. You are there. Why? Because the search itself is the light. That which illumines your world is the very passion in which you go in search for the light. It's one of the most beautiful mysteries and paradoxes that God is the absence of God. That love is the absence of love. Whenever there is an absence of love, you will find the most love there. Whenever you find yourself lost, you find yourself most at home. Whenever you go in search for that which you are expressing precisely the nature of your being. The truth of the universe is not an object. It is not even a subject. It is a verb. It is an action. To go in search, that is the truth itself. To be seeking, to be learning, to be growing, to be exploring, to be discovering. Just by asking this question, who am I? You are that. You are that which sees, which looks, which finds. You are that which searches. You are that which goes forth in your journey. I like your question. SRT. How do you figure it is a verb? Because life is a process. If the truth were some constant, then how could it continue? That which connects all things. It must be something dynamic, isn't it? If it were one thing, then we'd never find it. Because anything that has been is no longer. If the truth existed as one thing, then that means it could only be found in one spot, in one time. For it to be found always and wherever, it must be moving along with everything else. Truth is that which creates. To create is a verb. Truth is that which sustains. To sustain is a verb. Truth is that to destroy. To destroy is a verb. All these agencies of existence, they are made possible by the verb of truth. It is a happening. It is a being. These are present tense verbs. And thank you, John Simon, for your heart me. Hare Krishna. Marlon, you share, OMG, you straightened your hair a few minutes ago and you feel a bit strange. Your hair is rebellious. curly. It's good to put yourself in a new box. See what it's like to feel a little different than your typical day-to-day self. You are beautiful in the fact that you explore so many ways to express yourself, and not just beautiful in any one way that you express yourself. Beauty is not in the expression. The expression is just how you deliver that beauty, how you flavor it, how you filter or refract it. Whenever we see beauty in an expression, that is because the beauty is being expressed. It comes from something much deeper, but it has blossomed in this way. Allow yourself to explore different modes of expression, and you get to express the full breadth of the deepest depths of your beauty. Bambi, you are wondering, do I have an audiobook? Just listening to me is so soothing. Thank you. Though I do not have an audiobook, I have been reading various books, and on YouTube I've been clipping the readings, and so there are many audiobook playlists now on my YouTube channel. We read through the entirety of some book called Roar the Ganges. We read through more than half of this book in Love at Ease. We've read through more than half of the Vachanamrut, the Pocket Pema Chodron, and a little bit of the Tao Te Ching, a little bit of the spiritual teachings of Ramana Maharshi. And besides that, all of my live streams are uploaded to the same YouTube. What's my YouTube? Yamsox Lives. It's actually a pun on Yamsox Lives. Lives. YAMSOX space LIVES. It's the first link at present in the link tree in my bio. If you just look up my name, you'll find it on YouTube. And I'm happy to intrigue you, SRT. Sometimes the most sense is speaking in a way that's nonsensical. Because if we only appeal to what our senses offer, then we will miss that which is beyond them. Just as our eyesight is limited, so is our hearing, not to mention feeling, smelling, or tasting. If we only use these senses to understand the world, then we will only gain a finite understanding of it. The infinite lay beyond what our senses tell us. So, I take it as a great compliment when people find my words to be nonsense, because the point was never to appeal to your senses. Hello, B. It has been a while. I am happy to have you here. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you doing, my friend? You're very funny. Everybody loves Raven. You share, don't comment using a Galaxy tab. It's sensitive and sends texts prematurely. Premature expression is the story of life, isn't it? That we express ourselves without knowing fully what it is that we are trying to express. But if we waited to have the full picture in order to share, we would never share anything, because that full picture always has a side which we have not yet seen. And thank you, Daffy, for your heart me. I hope you like the yippee. Radhe, Radhe. Ren, you ask, am I outside? I am outside. So are my kitties. And thank you, Daffy, for your tiny. Yippee! It's been a while since the last time I've seen you two, but it feels like just yesterday that you were here. Life being turbulent and crazy, but being alive and here is a great way to be. Thank you, John Simon, for your finger heart. Jai Swaminarayan. Now, Renvox, you ask, do I have a significant other? You are my significant other, but don't take it personally. I say the colloquial you. Who is most significant to me at this moment? You are all most significant to me. I've discovered in this life the hard way that I have much too much love to give for one person. Too much love for 2 people, 3, 4, 5. The only way my heart feels fulfilled is when I give it to everyone. That is why I consider everyone significant to me. And thank you, Carrie King, for your music play. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dr. Ginny, thank you for your finger heart. And your tiny. Yippee! If there was a sound of the Big Bang, it was no explosive sound. It was definitely yippee! And all of the atoms and stars and the planets were sung into existence from this yippee! So happy to finally arrive in this moment. Or maybe it was laughter. Maybe the universe laughed itself into being. And all of the stars started twinkling. And some say that it was born through cosmic frustration. I say it was an ecstasy that's inclusive to all emotions. Thank you, Renvox, for your rosa. Radhe, oh Radhe. And thank you, Gina, for your rose. Hare Krishna. And Libby, thank you for your pair of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Daffy, for your rose and tiny also. Yippee! Bambi, you ask, does it not have to be observed to be heard? To hear is to observe in one way. And in fact, every way which we connect to the world is just a kind of observation of it. It is our ultimate purpose to be the observer. This does not mean that you become a moving camera with no feelings of your own, no actions to make. Actually, it is through all of our feelings, all of our actions, that we become even more interactive observers. That we help others not because it's our duty to help, but because by helping others we become a witness to help. We become an observer of the potential latent within them unfolding. See, a mother loves their child not because they have to, but because they have been given an opportunity to observe what happens when you do love one pointedly. Something very miraculous happens when we fix our love in one space. The whole universe begins to emerge from that point. In this case, in the form of a child. And Tatvamasi, you add, but ultimately the observer is the observed. That which we see is the ultimate expression of the one whom is doing the seeing. What other being do we have to identify with, if not the whole universe? Thank you, Benjamin Christensen, for your heart me. Jai Ma. Hello, Nora. Daffy, you are wondering, do I have any tips or wisdom to help with anxiety? It has made you really sick physically. Oh, I know what that's like. There have been times in my life where my body has expressed its need for peace in very visceral ways. I've lost appetite for many things that I've seen come out of the way in which I've placed them in this body. Never eaten that again, now I look at it this way. No. Anxiety is a beautiful experience. In the moment, it's only ugly. But sometimes ugliness just requires a shift in perspective in order to honor the beauty. And hello, spaghetti on a plate. What is anxiety? Anxiety is your compass, which points you in the direction that you need to go. Anxiety is proof that it does not matter the circumstances. You could be in your bed all cozy, or you could be out in a crowd. Whether you are anxious or not is something that happens from within. We look at our anxiety like a friend that's here to deliver us to peace. It's like a friend that's dragging you up the side of a mountain, and you get bruised and scraped, and by the time you reach the top, you're in complete disarray. But once anxiety takes you to the place you need to go, you only have love for the journey. Because anxiety is not your enemy. It's a poorly misunderstood friend. If we speak about it as a friend, it will become more obvious why. Anxiety is not life-threatening, it is death-threatening. Anxiety does not threaten your life. If anything, it threatens the perspective of death and brings you into eternal life. Anxiety is the final teacher. If you conquer anxiety, who can stop you? Because if you find a way to be peaceful, even in the most challenging of circumstances, then you have crossed the ocean of suffering, haven't you? Because if you no longer suffer life, then you thrive as brightly as you can. So treat this anxiety as a doorway unto the most unfathomable kind of bliss. It will not bring you down. It will take you up and up. You will find only peace awaiting where you're headed, and not in some other place. In this lifetime, it's available to you. You don't have to die in order to become peaceful. Maybe we could have a metaphorical death because we've surrendered our old ways of thinking. Such is why some people say rather dramatically that you do have to die. But they're not talking about this body. They're not talking about anything scary. In this moment, a kind of surrender must take place. We just become like a baby again. A baby with a bigger vocabulary and a more refined personality, sure. But we look at the world the same way we did with our bright eyes when we were once dependent on our mothers for sustenance. Become dependent on the mother of the universe. Surrender into her arms. Feel yourself grasped by the womb of space and time. And you cannot be without love for even a moment. And thank you, Dr. Ginny, for your 3 roses. And Tattvam Asi, thank you for your quartet of roses. And you are wondering, who is saying yippee? Asks Chris. That's a little German boy on the internet whose sound bites I have used every time a gift is made. Chloe, you share, you're having trouble sleeping. You're having trouble sleeping? Well, why don't we do your mantra together? Let's mix things up. Before we end today's live, let's do a mantra session together. And we'll have some time to chat afterwards. We'll just do the mantra section earlier instead of last. I think you like this mantra, Chloe. You like... Where is it? Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Yes? Yes or no? Here, I'll wait. Oh, I'm drawing. Woo! Trying to move it. Yeah. This will relax your mind. Means salutations to Lord Ganesha, who is the remover of obstacles. If you want a face to the name, here's a picture of Ganesh. He's a beautiful boy, isn't he? I'll make him a little bigger for you. And you know what, let me put him behind it. Elephant-headed Ganesha, you know who he is. Oh, good. I'm happy to hear that. And let me turn down the music so we could listen to this together. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. I have an audio for us to listen to, and we can do a couple minutes of this Ganesh mantra. It's called the Ganesh Maha Mantra to remove all obstacles. Very powerful one. All right. So I believe this version, you'll hear it said, and that's when we chant. And then there's a silence that's the same duration as the chant, and we mentally chant that. So once outward, once inward. Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om 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 Shanti Shanti Shanti. It's a well-timed yippee. So thank you everyone for participating in that. I hope maybe your mind is more at rest, Chloe. So thank you for being here. Thank you everyone. I'm happy we could do that. I hope it helped. Normally I do it at the end of the Sangha, but I'm happy to mix things up. You feel sleepy now? Well, good. Rest happens when it happens. But thank you, Giuliano, for your community fest that you sent. Obrigado. Magdalene, you find yourself still chanting it. That's great. If you can chant it at all times of the day, even better. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. That is the purpose of a mantra, is to decorate your life with sacred meaning. Big chilled now, shares Bambi. Good. You know, your name would be very beautiful to write in Sanskrit, Bambi. Or in Devanagari, I should say. Let's see if I can do that. That is Va, but we make a line, it becomes Ba. And then we put a dot over here, that becomes Bam. And then we put another one of those, Ba. But we have another line come out like that. It's a little wobbly, but it should be straight. Bambi. I think that looks pretty cool. All right. Gone to the ether. That was fun. And thank you, Gina, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Now, where are our background music? It hath returned. Good. Dr. Jenny, you're wondering, is the weather always so perfectly beautiful here? I think that it's very beautiful regardless of the weather. But in spring, summertime, it's pretty beautiful. I must agree with you. It is your spirit animal. Oh, what a beautiful spirit animal to have, Bambi. Tatvamasi, you share that we are chanting nonsense anyways, otherwise. Why not chant mantras? Right? Oh, so much yapping going on in the mind. If it's going to yap, at least give it something fruitful to yap about. It's no coincidence that yapping is very close to japping. Japa in Sanskrit. Instead of yapping, we do japping. Which is the word for mantra repetition. Some people even pronounce the Y as a J or the J as a Y. Renvox, you wish me a happy Matariki. Maori New Year in New Zealand. Well, thank you. I'm very honored to celebrate that with you. I love how many different times of the year that different cultures say, this is where it begins. Actually, even in our Western culture, it's a recent thing that we start counting January to be the first, because January used to be at the end of the year. That is why September, October, November, December, those are 5, 6, 7, 8. Even though December's the 10th month. Sorry, it's the 12th month. Wait, did I get it wrong? 7, 8, 9, 10. That's it. December literally means the 10th month, but we call it 12. Well, it used to be the last month. Yeah. No, wait. Am I getting things wrong? No. See, it used to be the last month that we referred to as a month. But long ago, January and February were just an open spot of the calendar. In the calendar, January and February were no man's land. So we stopped counting months there, which makes sense because January and February really feels like no man's land, doesn't it? But whereas they used to be at the end of the year, at some point they got put at the start of the calendar. Before, it used to start in March. And I think that spring representing rebirth is a great time to start counting this being a new year. Such is why we feel revitalized, not January 1st, but when all of the fawn starts coming out, when the flowers start blooming, this is when the year really begins, doesn't it? Now, someone with an Arabic name, Diobrando, you're wondering, do I believe in an afterlife? We're in it, my friend. Has anyone told you you are not in heaven? Similarly, has anyone told you you are not in hell? Whether we make this life for ourselves to be heaven or hell, it becomes our afterlife. eternal suffering or eternal peace. It's what you make of this moment. Gab, you ask, have I considered doing a meditation live with you all? Well, we just did one a few minutes ago. That was a mantra meditation. And we will do a longer meditation tomorrow. Small, your birthday is on the February the 28th. Wow. Leap year is very exciting for you then. I love that. But technically there are 13 months. I agree with you there, G to Infinity. In our Western culture, we've drifted away from the feminine towards the masculine. This is true in our calendar as well. That patriarchal societies, we worship the sun. Sun represents masculine. We go by the year, by the position of the earth around the sun. But matriarchal societies, they go by the position of the moon, because the moon represents the mother, position of the moon around earth. And that is why indigenous cultures, they go by a lunar calendar, such as why 28 days in a month, 28 days in the lunar cycle, it matches roughly to 13 months in a year. But the truth is that you cannot fit any number of months in a year because they're different. You can go by the moon or you can go by the sun, but you can't go by both. So one has a choice to make, whether they feel like they are guided by the sun or the moon. Thank you, Renbox, for your ice cream cone. Hari Om Tat Sat. Small, you share, you were 30-ish minutes from being a leap year. So that would have been interesting. That's very cool. Thank you for sharing. And everybody loves Raven, you share. Is that why the sun is crazy bright right now? Well, we've also reached the point of solar maximum in the 11-year solar cycle that scientists have observed, such is why various radiation levels from the sun has increased, and certain magnetic storms are also on the rise. And so you share, you feel guided by both the sun and moon. Very good. Recognizing that they can be in balance, but not necessarily in harmony with one another. A beautiful thing to be. Sun and moon have always been a symbol for us in humanity. Since the earth is special, that the sun is such a size and distance that you can fit 108 moons between the moon and the moon. Wait, what did I just say? Between the moon and the moon. I'm talking about the sun here. Get it together, mind. You can fit 108 Earths. Nope. Got that wrong at all. 108 suns between the sun and the Earth. And 108 moons between the moon and the Earth. And 108 Earths across the diameter of the sun. So this number 108 is very special. It's the reason why we have solar eclipses. If that ratio were were not the same, that the distance per diameter was 108 for both the moon and the sun, then they would not appear to have the same size on our sky. If this number were any different, there would be no life as we know it. The ratio is precise. That is why whenever you have a bracelet, it should have 108 beads on it, representing this Earth-Moon-Sun relationship. As such, when chanting a mantra, you should chant it 108 times, or some reasonable factor or multiple. Why 108? 108 is a good number for many reasons. It is a superfactorial in that it's the product of the first 3 tetrations. 1 to the 1 times 2 to the 2 times 3 to the 3 makes 108. As such, it has many reasonable factors. It can be divided into halves, into quarters. It can be divided into thirds, into ninths, into 27ths. It can be divided into sixths, into 12ths, into 54ths. You can divide it in many nice ways. As such, it has various properties due to its composite nature. Spiritually speaking, too, it is said that 108 is significant to the human body because there are 108 chakras in the body, and there are some extras outside of it, forming a grand total of 112 different ways to awaken oneself, as described in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. There are 2 outside the body, and then 2 that cannot be said to be in or out of the body. They are a bonus that you get after awakening all the others. And it is also said that each universe, it represents one of the chakras more than another. And we are on the 84th universe, 84th chakra, which represents awareness. In this universe, the pathway to liberation is through awareness. Such is why all the great saints that have come, they have all taught us that the way to be free is through our awareness. But whether you want to agree with this universe or not, that is why the entirety of spiritual multiverse is inside you, and all 112 dimensions are available to you. The 84th way through awareness is just the easiest. And thank you, Alcoholic Jesus, for your pair of finger hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gab, you are wondering, am I going to do the meditation the same time tomorrow? You don't want to lose that moment again. Hey, you can lose the moment, but the moment's never going to lose you, for you are one. The moment is inside you. Meditation is available to you always. It just requires a certain perspective. Now, you can be meditative in this moment even if we're not sitting cross-legged concentrating on our breath. Meditation has become stereotyped into something specific, but actually meditation is the least specific thing you could do. Meditation is just existing as you are. I have been blessed. A wave of the scent of Tulasi has just come upon me, and it's blissing me out. Oh, she is magical when she does that. when, whatever parts of her skin, her leafy green skin, emit that scent. When she does, it just becomes such a miracle of the senses. As such, let us take a moment to honor her with this mantra. Vrindayai Tulasi Devyai Priyayai Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavatyai Namo Namaha. Now thank you, Peter Schaefer, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Mermander, thank you for your heart me. Your 5 cheer-you-ups, 5 team bracelets, and another 16 of them. Hare Krishna. Dr. Ginny, you shared that you heard me say that breath is 10 beats. Is that true? And how did I achieve that? I don't recall saying this, not consciously anyway. Maybe in your dream. The method of slowing down the breath is important because the slower one breathes, the longer one lives. There is a direct relationship between the speed at which one breathes and how quickly the cells divide and the telomeres at the end of the chromosomes decay. You'll notice that really fast breathing things, they don't live very long. Unfortunately, God bless them, those puppies that breathe 100 breaths every few seconds, they are only in our lives for a short time. But a creature like a turtle, which breathes maybe a few breaths per minute at most, that turtle, that tortoise even may live centuries. So the connection between breath and longevity, between the vitality of life, is very deep. Breathing slowly helps us connect with our eternal nature. The slower one breathes, the more one is able to see everything else breathe too. Not just small creatures, but also plants and trees. One of the effects of matching, of coupling, is the word. Couple your breath with your mantra. Have a mantra such that you recite it on the inhale and on the exhale. And once you are able to do that, then increase the number of times you do your mantra with each breath. Maybe you can only do the first half on the inhale and the second half on the exhale. Then try to do 1 full round on the inhale and 1 full round on the exhale. And then once you are ready, you can do 2 rounds of your mantra on the inhale and 2 rounds of your mantra on the exhale. And this will slow your breath to a still over time. And your breath becomes very, very slow, very deep, very rejuvenating. Right now, my breath is such that is 1 cycle of the breath for me. and it has led to a great peace arise in my life. But one should not deprive themselves of oxygen. Instead, do what is natural to you, and over time it shall slow down. Thank you, Alcoholic Jesus, for your finger heart just a minute ago. Hare Krishna. And Aubrey. Such a beautiful name you have. Thank you for your subscription here. I must continue working on my stickers for Sandy and Shadow so that you can use them in chat. I look forward to continuing our journey together. And John F., thank you for your heart, me, and Tiny Diney too. Yippee! Bambi, you share that we breathe deeper and slower when we sleep. And in sleep we find that the body starts to engage in healing, unlike that of the day. That when a certain breath rate is achieved, all of your wounds begin to heal that much quicker. And I don't just mean flesh wounds, those of emotion and the mind as well. Aaron the shorty, you share that you are having so much trouble in your household and you don't have anyone intellectually equipped to understand or aid in your endurance. And you really need someone who can tell right from wrong. Because although it isn't black and white, you need it to be black and white. I would be wary of the need to see things in such dualities. Indeed, in a household, there are things that can be done to be conducive to everyone's well-being, more so than everyone striving to be independent from each other. Because although at the level of consciousness we are independent beings, on the level of the body, when it comes to upholding a household, we depend on each other to keep things going, definitely. But it is not anyone's duty to control that of others. We end up driving ourselves mad, wanting other people to be a certain way. All we can really do is be the best version that we can be, and that should be enough for your happiness. Because if we say that I will be happy only when other people are doing these things, then we are gambling away our happiness, because that is outside of your control. Be a role model in the way that you contribute, and that may be enough to inspire others to do the same. And Aaron, you share that you are the child and you are unable to leave, and it keeps you in this endless cycle of down position. There is no true cycle in this universe. It looks like the moon comes to the same spot every 28 days, but remember, it goes with the cycle of the entire Earth around the sun as well. So where the moon appears to be in the same spot relative to Earth, relative to the sun, it has moved far along the way. So too it appears that the Earth gets to the same spot in the solar system every year. But relative to all other stars in the galaxy, our solar system is moving too. So too in life we might feel like we are trapped in various cycles. But a cycle is only a cycle when you're looking at it from the top down. If you shift your perspective, A cycle is a spiral. And if we orient it the right way, you are not spiraling, you are ascending, climbing the spiral staircase up and up. If only looking from the top down, it may see that you are reaching the same place. This is not so different from another analogy, like climbing the notes of a piano. You start with C, and then 11 semitones later, you arrive right back at C. Seems as though you're back where you started. The truth is, you've only ascended an octave. You've been doing nothing but ascending this whole time. Sure, our emotions keep coming back to something very familiar, but every time we go through something, we ascend in a way. The good news is that no matter what the circumstances of your household may be, dear Aaron, the circumstances of your mind are determined by your heart. Don't give anyone the power to change your heart. And then your mind will be there to serve you. Consider this body, the greatest factory in the universe, a factory for so many different chemicals and hormones. We are the managers of this factory, and we want it to produce a good product. If you could decide what chemicals that you want, you would choose the blissful ones, wouldn't you? You would give rise to serotonin, endorphins, oxytocin. It's more than just a hypothetical. This is something that genuinely is within your power. All it takes is not a shift in the world around you, but a shift in the world inside you. Recognize that all the challenges that come your way, they are not meant to break you down. They are tools which we can use to build ourselves up. Great people became great not because they had no struggle in life, but because they were offered a struggle in such a way that they were able to make something great. The stories of all such worldly achievers tell this, that it matters not where you are born, the color of your skin, what kind of parents you have. What matters most is how you attend to the hand you are given, how you can make the most out of this life. This is everything that you are meant to achieve. I'm so happy to hear that, Aaron, that you choose happiness. In moments where you have to make a decision, you feel weight. Happiness is your birthright, your inheritance, and not one that comes after a long journey, but in the ability to endure any journey. John F., you share that sometimes you think you've received too many tools. Well, you don't have to use all the tools. Every tool has its use. In a machinist's shop, she may have this, that, or the other. Does she have to use a lathe when she can use a bandsaw? Does she have to use a screwdriver when she can use a nail and a hammer? Just because you have all the tools at your disposal doesn't mean you have to use all of them at once. But, as any smith would tell you, there is a reason they keep certain tools for that rare day in which it becomes not just an efficiency but a necessity. Thank you, Chrysalis, for saying hello. Hello to you as well. Dr. Ginny, you share that lately you've realized that when you choose the more difficult decisions, it's the better choice. In each moment, we can either choose between love and fear. And choosing fear is always easier because it's familiar. Love is unfamiliar, but yet it takes us so much farther. And thank you, Up the Freeway, for your heart meet. Radhe, Radhe. And Alcoholic Jesus, thank you for your pair of finger hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Paul Grandi, thank you for your pair of roses. Jai Sita Ram. And Nish, thank you for your pair of music plays. Hare Krishna. And Tatvam Asi, thank you for your pair of GGs, your pair of ice cream cones, and your pair of TikToks. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Gab, you share that my words are a gift for the heart. Well, thank you. A gift is a good way to describe them because a gift is an offering. My words are never commandments. I do not believe in what you should or should not do. These are just offerings from my own experience to connect with you. Whether you accept it or not is always up to you. And Lydia, you share that you can't love you. Oh, why not, my friend? What's stopping you? You can't love yourself because you feel like you don't deserve it. You can't love yourself because you don't want to validate the person you've been. You don't want to affirm all of the mistakes you've made. This is why you can't love yourself. It's funny. We withdraw love from ourselves only because we love ourselves. You share that you don't know you at all. You don't know where you are sometimes. I don't know where I am either. I know that I'm here, but where is here? In the grand scheme of things, here is where I am. You don't have to know yourself to love thyself. Because love is the vehicle that takes you on your way to know thyself. Love is what gets you to where you need to go. Withdrawing that love from oneself, you're going to be in it for a long haul. We become conflicted in our identity when we fail to recognize that you are love itself. In a way, you're right. You cannot love yourself because you are love itself, in the same way that a knife cannot cut itself, that a pair of glasses cannot see itself. Love cannot love itself because you are love. When how can you be the subject of your own objective? But you don't have to love yourself if you are love. Because being love, this means that you are full of it anyway, whether you realize it or not. Actually, scientists are still working out the details, and we'll let them do that because they like to have fun. But between you and I, actually, consciousness is not a mystery. Psychologists, neurologists, they're still trying to find what it's made of. What kind of atoms? What kind of quantum mechanical interactions? What hormones? What chemical reactions produce consciousness? Yes, don't tell them, but I figured it out. It's love. You are love. What is love? You can't answer that question. Because trying to figure out what love is what, like Anna said, it's basically trying to figure out God. You try to figure out what love is, that means you're trying to put it in a box. But love is that very thing that gets you out of that box. You're trying to categorize love, but love is that thing that evades all categories. All we do with love is get lost in it. So if you feel like you become lost to yourself, then that's further proof that you are love, baby. Because that's the nature of it. What is love? Love is the what. Correct. Love is the what if. The how so. The why anyway. Love is not an answer. It is a question. Because it opens up possibilities rather than shuts you off from them. When you feel like there is an absence in you, all that means is potential for more love. Ironic, considering that love is the very potential that makes all things possible. I love you too, Jenica Tessa. Thank you. Mitch. Thank you, Mitch. Ubabwa for your rose. Hariom Tatsat. Dr. Jenny, thank you for your trio of roses too. Ragnhildur, thank you for your trio of roses. Jenica, you would like me to say hi to Tucker? Well, hello, Tucker. Is Tucker a human being, or a puppy, or a kitty cat, or a goldfish? To whom do I have the honor of knowing as Tucker? Lydia, you ask, could love be absence itself? Tadastu. See, if you realize that, then all of the absences in the world become full of love immediately. When you feel that spaciousness, that openness, and identify that as love, then you filled the whole of existence with it. Thank you, Sherry. Would you teach me, how do you say that, how do you say Allah loves me in Arabic? Would you know? I would be honored to know. If I wanted to say Allah loves me, what would it sound like? Thank you, Neff, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And, this is a challenging name for me. Zeke Pierce. Thank you for your pair of roses. Oh wow, this has a lot of symmetry to it. La ilaha illal Allah. I love the sound of that. I'm sure I could pronounce it better if I knew Arabic, but La ilaha illal Allah. That's wonderful. Thank you, Alyssa. You like my hat? Well, it's a bandana. It's a practical piece of equipment on me noggin because it was very windy earlier. Thank you, Sherry. Assalamu alaikum. And thank you, Jenica Tessa, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Chrysalis, you ask, what do I think I was in a past life? Oh, miserable, probably. See, some of us, myself included, we become so stubborn that we want to work out all of our problems in this life, and we won't settle for less. Perhaps this reminds you of someone, or maybe yourself, that you know in this life you're ready to face all of it, that you're finished with your demons. In this life you want to get to the bottom of all of it. If you're feeling like this way, if you're feeling like me, then we must have been desperate in our last lives, haven't we? In order to be determined to face all of it in this life. I pity the person I must have been. And I envy their determination in me for being ready to face all of it. And Ren, you are wondering, why does your meditation not work? Because work implies a result. That you're working for something. If this is your mindset in meditation, then we're already off on the wrong foot. Because meditation shouldn't be work. Meditation is abiding in what you already are. It's accepting that which you have. You're not trying to be anything else. You're not trying to have anything new. You're not trying to change anything of the old. It's just a total surrender to what is. If you look at meditation this way, it will become much, much more fruitful. That there is no point in the same way that you'd go to work. It is like music. Like when you play a song on the piano. Your musical abilities are not measured by how fast you can get to the end of the song. If that were the case, then the best orchestras, they'd be full of musicians who could play very, very, very fast tempos. But the purpose of song is not to get to the end. The purpose of song is to enjoy each note along the way, to follow the flow of the melody, to appreciate the chord changes, the dissonance, the harmony, the tempo, and especially those times where you do not yet have resolution. And I'm delighted that you observed that those vibes are inspired by Alan Watts. He put it well, that a ballet dancer does not try to get all of the moves out in one go. He moves from one leap to another, graciously taking his time. And slowly, but surely, everything that needs to get expressed becomes so. The same is true for meditation, that we are not under any pressure to get to where it leads, because just like art, the destination is not the goal. The process of that silent expression, that is the goal itself. And Dr. Ginny, you would love to tell me what your son told you about his experience before his birth when he was a baby. I would be honored to hear it. Thanks for saying bye, Rich. And thank you for sticking around. Jessica, you are wondering, will our healing remain with us in our next life, or will we start over in every life? Actually, you have put it so well. Many people do not get this. Our healing is the only thing that remains. Or you could say, in complement to our problems are the only things that remain. It's what we have yet to resolve that comes with us. It's what already is resolved that stays the same. Coming to who you are in essence doesn't mean building yourself up. It means breaking down all our misconceptions about ourselves. So what carries with us from birth to birth are what misconceptions that are remaining. But what you are in essence, that which we are healing towards, the converging point of all of our experiences, that always remains the same. And poo poo pee pee. You're wondering, where am I streaming from? Well, some of my streams take place in the bathroom, as your username implies, but this is not the kind of stream that you are talking about, isn't it? I'm streaming from my backyard, which currently happens to be in a place that we label as Canada. But you know, the indigenous word for Canada when colonialists, colonizers, when they first arose on the shores of eastern Canada, they asked the local people, what do you call this place that you live? They said, this place, oh, this is Kanata. Kanata just means little village. They're saying, this is our little village. And so the colonizers went, Canada. I live in a little village. A very big little village. Water break. Thank you for reminding me, G. To infinity. I'm getting very low in my water. It even matches the key of the song. Water break. Oh yeah, good sound. Nikki, you share you're having trouble sleeping. As you should, because nobody ever slept. There are few verbs in which we can never place ourselves as the subject. We say that we sleep, but what we really mean is that sleep happens to us. Because nobody can decide when they sleep. They can prepare themselves for it, but when sleep arises, this we cannot control. The same is true for meditation, that nobody ever meditated, but for some meditation happens to them. If we feel like it is within our control to fall asleep, then we'll frustrate ourselves and we'll never have the adequate preparation in order to fall asleep. Adequate preparation might mean that you make your bed comfy, but not too comfy. That you make your room cold, but not too cold. That you make your room dark, but don't terrify yourself by it. That you enter into a kind of silence and stillness. But the most important preparation we can do for our mind is tell it that it's no longer needed, that it's done its service today. And this includes the idea that it is the one responsible for sleep. The mind says, I'm trying to sleep. Well, relieve your mind of that duty. Relieve the mind of all duties, and you will have done everything you need to do in order for sleep to occur to you. Tatvam Asi, you share that you've ignored your friend's sleep for too long. Now she's upset and doesn't want to visit often. Oh, you're good. I like that a lot. Nikki, you share you really need to adjust your sleeping schedule. Hey, if you were the only one in the world, why would it matter what time you fell asleep? Mother Nature herself, she does not mind what time you fall asleep. It's our own expectations that we need to be up at this time in order to do this, to do that. You can be a little bit more liberal with yourself. The less pressure you have to fulfill all your expectations, actually the greater and deeper you will rest. I used to sleep all day too. Don't worry. You will find your natural rhythm, as we all do. Gab, you share that I describe exactly what your cat does all the time. We have too much to learn from nature. I learned so many lessons from my kittens. There's a teaching there. Lydia, you share that it's 5 a.m. for you, as it is for Hanneke, one of our viewers from the Netherlands. I'm not sure she's in tonight. I hope she's sleeping. Kevin, you share that your cat has a lisp. He goes, meow, meow. That's so cute. I love that. Meow. Nice to see you again, Lace. Thank you for your rose. Oh, whale emoji. Hari Om Tat Sat. Well, don't give me too much credit for remembering your name, as it's also in your username. Hanukkah, you are not sleeping. You are so funny. Well, you share a time zone with Lydia and Nikki, it seems, as well. And thank you, Peckles, for your paper crane. Hari Om Tat Sat. It's true, I did call you toxic, but then I realized you are not toxic. You are no poison. You are Amrita, the elixir of life. Was this about you? Asked Hanukkah. You heard a half sentence. Well, you also must have heard your name being spoken, because I did mention you. And JV, you ask, how can a person learn to forgive? Well, that first time is always going to be the most challenging. But the more we do so, the easier it gets. Forgiveness is difficult to describe because it's more of a feeling that arises. It's a feeling of spacious openness for possibility. It's a kind of freeing up of the energy in here. Because right now there is something firm and rigid, which is causing the energy to be redirected in many ways. And when I say energy, just think of the flow of life, the flow of awareness, even thought force itself. Forgiveness is something that's necessary to alleviate that rock that's in the way of doing what you want to do. Forgiveness has nothing to do about relieving the person of accountability. That's something that they should do even if you forgive. What we relieve is ourselves from the duty of being accountable for their accountability. That we understand that that's not something that we can do, and therefore we don't spend energy trying to do it for them. And that's right, Hanukkah. I did say, I hope Hanukkah is sleeping. Oh, such wonderful words, Lace. You love this. I am an amazing and happy person. The light shines and make you bleam with new light. Bleam! What a great word that is. Bleam. Restoring your faith in humanity, your friend. We should use this word, bleam. To bleam or not to bleam? That is the question. I like bleaming with light. I think if light does anything at all, it bleams, doesn't it? I'm having fun with it. It has such a good ring to it. Yeah. See, I might not have a faith in any human. But I do have faith in the being that resides within each human. That I'm disappointed with humanity, but not with the being in the human being. And lice you share, it's to... I almost said lice. Lace you share, it's to radiate a light that we need again. That bleam. Beam and gleam makes bleam. Yes, indeed. To beam and gleam. These sound like actually very powerful bija mantras. You've all heard of mantras made of Sanskrit words, but very rarely you'll hear one with something called a bija in it, a seed. I am not qualified to give you any, but they sound very similar to bleem. Actually, you can hear one. One bija is my name. Yam. Every now and then you'll find a mantra with yam in it. That's the bija syllable for the heart. And you already know of one other. One for the crown chakra. Om. That's another bija syllable. That's right, Tattvamasi. I think we should add bleem to the list. That makes me inspired. What would bleem look like if it were written in Devanagari? I wish to find this out. Well, it would have this part of B, which looks like this, and it would be attached to the L, which looks like this, and then it would have the diacritic for the E sound there, and we would have the anusvara up here. So as a bija syllable, this would be Bream. Bream. Actually, we can do even better than that, since there is a vowel which already sounds like the Li sound. The Urkar. We can take the stem of the B. Whoop. Can redo that. And then we put this funny looking shape under it. And then we put the anusvara up top like that. And then this is Bream. Bream. And what a beautiful symbol that is. It does look like a person, doesn't it? It looks like a person with a big belly. With a big belly. That's fun. Now, JV, you ask, is forgiveness necessary to feel peace within? Well, you're asking, is forgiveness necessary? That is like asking, can I be happy while there's a thorn jammed in between my toenail and my toe? Well, I mean, technically, sure, I suppose, but you're gonna have a hell of an easier time if you just take that damn thing out. Remember that it does not matter how poorly someone has wronged you. The forgiveness is not about them at all. It's about liberating yourself from the poison of resentment, which makes this whole system bitter. Forgiveness is something for you. Why would you withdraw that from you? Why would you withhold that from you, rather? You deserve forgiveness, not them. It's not that they deserve your forgiveness, it's that you deserve to forgive, because it frees up so much space in you. And well said, Madeline's. Forgiveness is hard at first, but it gives so much release once you battle your ego. And Tattvam Asi, you share that it's sometimes hard to recognize what you need is forgiveness. And I once showed you this beautifully. Oh, well, I'm very grateful for that moment we have shared together. That is still ongoing in many ways. And thank you, Lydia, for your rose too. Madeline, you share that we have to remember everything is only a mirror of us. Therefore, to fall in love with the universe is to fall in love with yourself. And Peckles, you share that bleem is the sound you imagine the sun would have. I love that. And Caterpillar Girl, you share that you can't forgive some people who are so evil. Well, you can forgive yourself for not being ready for that yet, because we still have our own traumas that we're healing from. And those things take time, and we should never rush them. Just as we are in a timeline of our own, all of our healing has its own timeline too. But one of the most effective ways to heal is to recognize that hurt people. That evil is not some conscious process here to devour love. That there is an absence of love which is being propagated like a vacuum only because they have not felt what true love feels like. And if we deprive them of that love, then their hate will only linger. That we love everyone, especially those whom hurt others, because they will only continue to hurt others until they discover what love truly feels like. But they also have to be open to that. And that's not something we can open for them. And thank you, Hanneke, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. Gab, you share that it sounds like bleem, bleem, bleem. I love that. JV, you ask, how do you forgive yourself? How do you liberate yourself from that? What steps should be taken? I like you. You're very practically minded, aren't you? How do we forgive ourselves after traumatic pain? By learning from it. By taking accountability, growing through that pain, and then doing something wonderful with it. If we have hurt others, then ask yourself, how can I bring more healing to the world? Whatever absence we feel like we have made in our or another lives, how can we take responsibility for that and give this body back to Mother Earth with a positive ROI, return of investment? And JV, you ask, how do we forgive ourselves if others have hurt us? Yes, just as Hanneke says, a trauma is not your fault. You can be angry with yourself for putting up with something for too long, or for being in the wrong place or at the wrong time. But this implies that you had a choice in the matter. But the matter is not something you have a choice in. Our life journey is destined to some extent. But what we have power over is what we do with it. Circumstances, no one gets to decide. No one chooses where they're born, what parents they have, what kind of relationships come in and out of their life. But what we do get to control is what we make of it. And you are already making something wonderful of it just by asking these questions. We make something wonderful from the inside. We try to look at it from the perspective of growth. That how have I benefited? It's easy to say I haven't, but look closer. With a kind of curiosity, you'll see that you've learned something now. There is an understanding and appreciation which you might not have had, at least not to any of the same extent. Like, for instance, if someone lies to you, that's an opportunity to appreciate trust and honesty. We don't know what we have until it's gone. And in the absence of something which we took for granted, we can learn to never take it for granted again. And thus that experience, though not always necessary, becomes sufficient. In logic, we are taught two kinds of causes: sufficient cause versus necessary cause. And in everyday speech, we have a hard time distinguishing them. When I say that your trauma is the cause of happiness, I'm not talking about a necessary cause. A necessary cause is something that has to be there in order for something to follow. But a sufficient cause means that it by itself is enough to give rise to this thing. Trauma is a sufficient cause for liberation because we can use it in order to appreciate life from a perspective that soars far beyond what most people live in. When we experience the depths of emotion that many people cannot even fathom, we experience such lows, we experience life so intensely, we find the bottom of human thought, and that is the perfect foundation to build something beautiful, to build bridges, to connect with those who are suffering. The more you awaken, the more everyone's suffering mirrors your own, and you become grateful for what you went through, only for the purpose of connecting with others. We become great in our ability to liberate others from their suffering through our ability to have understood our own. Just as we have gone through so many traumatic experiences ourselves, we become that much relatable with others. Such is why the Buddhists, like for instance, Pema Chodron, and look at her smile, they say that the first noble truth in life, a truth that you come to that is truly noble, is that suffering is a universal experience, which only makes you human. something that we can all confide in each other for, that we all know what it's like to have happen. Though in different ways, our suffering is unique. It's the intensity which we can resonate with. And the more intense of an experience you go through, the more grateful you can be for being able to resonate with so many people that deserve to hear your story. And so many people whose story you deserve to hear, so that everyone can be validated. That no matter what anyone goes through, we all are in this together, on this rock, this big moist rock, hurling through the void. Trauma bonding is no joke. The adversities we share together are what allow us to feel connected, so that we're not alone, we are together. But thank you, Bobby Sue, for your heart me, and your team bracelet, and your cheer you up. Hare Rama. Now, Hanaki, I saw you had asked if I saw your message. I don't know if you are referring to a particular one, but if you could send it again, I would be happy to read it. JV, you share that your dad just died, and he was abusive, and you want to learn how to liberate from the pain and forgive. Well, we don't have to validate the suffering that was unnecessarily imposed on you and your family. Forgiveness does not mean that we see it as something that should have happened. And I see your message, Hanukkah. And you like that you were spontaneously mentioned out of the blue. You're famous? Well, you are important to me. And I think about you all. We can thank our Father for having put us into the world. We can find various things to be grateful for. Sometimes it may feel like we are grasping at straws. But it's important that we do so that we do not label the whole experience as black or white. It's important to find gratitude even in places where it seems like there should be none. Do I wish for anyone to go through abuse? No. But do I understand that the abusers only had problems of their own that they struggled with? Yes. Although it doesn't make up for the suffering that has been passed on, at least we can recognize that it wasn't without cause. There was a suffering that has been passed on. And we can learn from that by taking a vow ourselves that whatever suffering comes my way, it is not my right to pass on. What this means is when someone is angry at you, you do not go and become angry at someone else. That the pattern of negativity ends in you. That you become grateful from this moment onward. That anyone who delivers negativity unto you, you are grateful. Because it is now your ability to end the cycle of suffering that this chain was a part of. If this negativity were to go to anyone else, who knows how further it would go? But when it goes to someone who has taken this vow, that I will end it here, actually we can be grateful that it came, because then we know for certain that this suffering will not propagate anymore. Isn't it so, Lace? Negativity is contagious. No wonder we call a disease a dis-ease. Many diseases are contagious. So too, a lack of ease is something that can go from one person to another. When someone becomes tense, their shoulders tight, face muscles all flexed, everyone else becomes like that also. The good news is that love is also contagious. The difference between the pathogen of love and the pathogen of hate is that hate requires a resource. It requires energy. So it moves rather than grows. But love, on the other hand, requires no resource. Once you love, that doesn't make any less love inside of you. Actually, it's the opposite in many ways. The more we love, the more love we have. The way the divine looks at this whole world, it's like a love distribution network. Those who have the most love inside them are those whom are able to deliver it the farthest, the deepest. The universe says, now this person needs a raise in love, because they're giving it so freely. Therefore, the universe spends its resources on love, gives it to you, so that you have even more of it to give. But thank you, Slim Shady, for your cloud bread just a minute ago. Hare Krishna. And JV, thank you for your 7 roses still. And your 6 roses. Although I certainly don't expect any of my words to be able to resolve the history of suffering that you have experienced, I hope that in any way I am able to connect with you and even just be here for you, listen to your story. That I can do for you. So thank you for being here. Hari Om Tat Sat. Madeline's, thank you for your 66 roses. And another 12 roses and 19 of them. Jai Sita Ram. Gab, you share. As I said, we have the power to stop that cycle. In order to do so, we require tremendous help. Consider stopping the end of suffering like catching a bullet. You can do so. But who do you have that will catch you? Like in freeways, motorways, highways, the barriers are so rigid that they cannot safely catch a car that were to go off course. Such is why over many barriers now are various layers of metal that will collapse in such a way that slows the car down effectively. So too in the car, now we have made much more flexible materials that collapse, in such a way that the driver does not get hurt. We need a place for that vibration to go. And this is the purpose of sadhana, of spiritual practice, of meditation, of prayer. It's important to... I don't know if you can see this. There's a raccoon at the top of this. There's the top of the cherry tree. And he's really struggling at getting some cherries. He's just a baby. Maybe I can... If I put a circle around it on my screen, maybe that'll help. He's like around here. I'm not sure if you can see him, but he's doing his best. He really loves those cherries. It happened yesterday as well, around the same time. He's just a kid. He's like a little kid. Cherries. Now, it's so important to deepen our connection with the divine so that we can send all of our worries there. That is how great saints are able to take on the suffering of those around them. And here is the song that sounds much louder than the rest. What's this one called? Meditation in Nature. Meditation in Nature. Well, I'm going to stop it. And now that I know the name of it, I can delete it because it's way too loud. Although I love hearing it. And I'll just put on the other song. A different one. The rest of them. Great people, great saints have been able to take on the suffering around them because of their connection with the divine. Because a human being, though an immaculate system, is not equipped to hold suffering. We have to send that higher. Don't let your mind worry. Let the divine worry for you. The divine says, yes, please, I accept this. Divine says, give me your worries. The divine doesn't mind. Why? Well, the divine doesn't have a mind. It operates with a faculty that is beyond our material senses. So, when we have the ability to catch a bullet, we do so knowing that the divine is supporting us. And then we channel that suffering upwards towards the All-High and let them take it. Someone insults you, take the insult, give it to the divine. Here, I don't want to react to this. You react to this instead. How would you react to this? Oh, with love and kindness? Okay. Well, that's better than what I would have done. So I'm going to do that instead. This is what it practically means to surrender to the divine. It means we surrender a lot of thinking to the divine. We ask, what would the divine do if they were here? You know? Would they walk up and punch that person? Well, that's what I'm thinking. Instead, I'm going to surrender my way of thinking. What would the infinite do? Well, the infinite, it has no quarrel with anybody, so I guess I should be a good representative of that source. So I'm not going to pick a fight, even though this mind wants to. The cosmic mind does not. Yes, we outsource our intelligence. Hello, Jessica. And thank you, Lena, for your hat and mustache. Hariom Tat Sat. Maybe you'll have to go to sleep. It's 5:40 in the morning, but you don't want to go. I'll tell you what. I can continue live streaming while you dream. You just have to get the frequency right, and I'll be there with you, even in dream. Your alarm is at 11 o'clock. Well, doesn't matter when your alarm is. In this moment, you deserve to rest. And thank you, Indian girl, for your disco love. Yams in our dreams? Yes. Shares Madeline's. A lot of people come up to me and said, "You remember when you told me this?" I tell them, no, it must have been in your dreams. Now I'm just starting to go with it because, well, as long as I'm saying something kind to them in their dreams, fine with me. I won't challenge them on that. I just locked eye contact with the raccoon in the tree. He's eating all the good cherries, man. It's okay, I can't reach him. Glad someone's eating them up there. My ladder doesn't go that high. I feel like you should be able to see him now. Here, I'm gonna aim this beforehand. I'll put the circle here. And let me try to aim the raccoon in the circle. Ah, it's so far away though. Nah, they've moved. Whatever. I feel like I'm trying to capture the moon, you know? When the moon looks so beautiful and you take your phone out and suddenly it's size of 3 pixels. Can't see it anymore. Same with the raccoon. It looks so close in real life. You can make out all the features. As soon as I turn the camera, he's like 1 pixel. Oh well. Goodbye, Anna. And hello, HR. Radhe, Radhe. Hello, Shreem. Speaking of Bija mantras, I was looking at your, not your display name, but your username the other day. Your username is also more Bija syllables, which is cool. Thank you for your rose. JV, you share that you've tried to meditate, but your mind doesn't quite quiet down. What do I suggest to learn to meditate? I like what Hanika shares. You can lie down and relax each limb step by step. I really like that form of meditation that Hanika is suggesting. Some people call it a scan, a body scan, where you scan through your whole body. And one by one, you try to turn off all your muscles. Now, meditation comes in many different forms. Some people try to silence their mind, but that's very difficult. I wouldn't recommend a meditation that's anti-mind, and you'll get a good sense of which meditations appear to be anti-mind. Those are the ones that try to get your thoughts to shut up. But whoever wrote this guided meditation for you, they're a crazy person, because they must not understand how a mind works. Nobody ever told their mind to shut up, and it did. Nobody ever had a mind that shut up. Don't try to quiet your mind. You try to quiet a mind, it's like trying to quiet a screaming child. You walk up to a kid, hey, stop crying. Stop crying. Stop. Be quiet. What happens? They just burst out in tears even louder. So what do you do with a crying child? You console it. You give it love. Tell it that everything is going to be okay. And naturally, in its own time, it will become more peaceful. It might not become silent. After you calm a crying child, it might now want to go out and play. Now it's going to pick up its toys and start laughing and giggling and singing, perhaps. Same thing is with our mind. We can give it all these affirmations, and when it's calm, it doesn't have to be silent. A calm mind doesn't always mean a silent mind. It means it's playing with its happy toys, it's singing, it's laughing. So too, fall asleep, not to no thoughts but happy thoughts. Let your mind play with its toys. What are the toys of your mind? All your happy memories and your happy imaginations. Have fun with it. Sometimes one of my favorite things to do with my mind when I'm falling asleep is I imagine an arrow flying through the sky. And the arrow visits many cities, flies through people's rooms. It never hits anyone. It just goes on a journey, bouncing off things, in between people who are about to kiss, beneath bridges, nutmegs, people playing soccer, whatever. I'll let my mind imagine itself as an arrow flying through different things, and slowly I slip into dreams. See, the dream state is very close to the waking state, and the deep sleeping state is far away from the waking state. Don't try to enter into thoughtless sleep. Try to enter into thoughtful dream. That will be much more easier when it comes to sleeping, when it comes to relaxing. Thank you, Madeline, for your 23 roses a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Robin Jones, thank you for your rose. A minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Robin Jones, thank you for your rose. Wait. What happened? This is very strange. This is the first time my live stream crashed, but then started up again by itself. I don't know how that happened. Normally when it crashes I have to restart the software, but the software just popped up again immediately after. But you can hear my voice, you cannot see me, just wait a second. There. And the raccoon's still somewhere up there. He's now way up on the branches. Sometimes it's like that. That you gotta go up where it's really high to find the best kind of sweetness. Though the path may be treacherous and you could fall at any time, with faith, that sweetness is your destiny. I'm happy that resonated with you. Thanks, soul. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of roses. Radhe, oh Radhe. Everybody loves Raven. You share that you had a pet raccoon. They're smart. Aww. I'm very jealous, actually, because I've always wanted one. But if you have pictures, maybe I could live vicariously through you. Chicken drumsticks, you share that you thought it was your phone as soon as you asked the question. You were wondering what my accent is. Well, I think it's a long story. I don't have a simple answer like a nationality, but in the frequently asked questions page, in the link tree in my bio, I have some thoughts about why I sound the way I do. Of course, to me, I have no accent. You know? I sound like me to me. The raccoon is so cute. Can't stop looking at him. Thank you, JV, for your 17 roses and your hand hearts. There's some for you too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Have a good night, Gab. And thank you, Philip Winterhoff, for your let 'em cook. Just as it crashed, I was having the thought that we should wrap things up soon, since we're almost at the 5-hour mark. And thank you, whale emoji, for your rose too. Hello. I should really just call you Rob. Whale emoji's fun though. And Jessica, you were wondering, do soulmates always find each other in every life? Does one remain single if not aligned in this life? My dear, you have never been without your soulmate. Because your soulmate is the soul itself. Soulmate might come with the implication that there is one soul in me and another soul in you. But there is only one soul. The same soul in me is the same soul in you. If you fall in love with anybody, they become your soulmate. That is, if you fall in love with their soul. Whom you see their soul, you have found your soulmate. But never have you been without your soulmate. As wherever you are, they are all around you. In me, in you, in the cat, in the tree. There is only that one omnipresent soul which pervades all of creation. To fall in love with that is your goal. So I hope that you find love everywhere you go. Rob, you're wondering, do cats come from reptiles? Evolution-wise or reincarnation-wise? Evolution-wise, I think all mammals have come from the ocean. As the ocean is the womb of life here on Earth. They do have similar eyes, don't they? One of the most amazing things about the eye when it comes to evolution is that it has been convergently emerging from various times all over the globe. Like in the case of crabs, there are so many different species of crabs that are completely unrelated to each other. Yet, they've all emerged to have very similar structures in their body and in their genetic code because they've adapted to fit very similar niches. That the niche brings it out of them. So too with the eye, though miraculously precise, has arisen for a very precise niche. Something like 5 times in the history of the earth has the eye evolved differently. but all for the purpose of interfacing with that electromagnetic field which gives rise to a kind of feeling from afar, that we can be so close, intimately, with something even miles away, just from the aura of electromagnetic radiation is reflected across everything. That is a precise organ indeed, and a miraculous one at that. And thank you, Willie D, for reminding me to take a sip of water. That's a good idea. Babblefishy, thank you for your baker's dozen worth of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hearts gleaming. I like that, the link below. And thank you, Vanessa, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hot and heavy pumpkins, you're wondering, when am I going back to making videos again? Right now, you are watching one. And this one's even better than all other videos I've made. Why? Because it's attuned just for you. No other video could you comment and have it change the course of the whole video. But you have done so just by interacting with me live here. I might not have the ability to make such special effects live, but you do have a special effect on this live by being with me now. This one is starring you all too. Precisely. And Salul, you are wondering, do I connect every day? Every day I go live here and respond to messages on my other platforms. Thank you, JV, for your 11 roses. Radhe Radhe. Willie D, you share that you had an epiphany last night, that we use music like the Bible. What a wonderful epiphany that is. Thank you for sharing that with us. Oh yes, we worship many different artists. And in our society, many celebrities take the place of a spiritual guide in the absence of many. And so many verses we meditate upon. We see the truth in them expressed, as they are an expression of life. And some people, they fight over which verse says it best, expresses life more clearly. We fight over artists like we fight over different scriptures, different songs. And it's wonderful that you are able to find the source of life, not just in scripture, but in song. Babblefishy, you're wondering, when did I discover my guides? I feel guided not by anyone or anything in particular, but by the whole universe. That there is a teacher and a teaching within everyone and everything. That if you become available to this, then even the birds and the trees become your guides. Your friends, your family, your pet cat. There is something to be taught everywhere you go. Good night, JV. And I agree, Hanukkah. There is so much wonder, so much love. I'm happy to be a part of it with you. And Tattvam Asi, you think you know what your reservation towards bhakti is. Will you lose your freedom? You will only gain it. Because as the bhakti, the loving devotion traditions say, that yes, it is our goal to become servants of the divine. But the divine becomes a servant of our love. That we should strive to love the divinity within everything. And once we do so, the divinity gives us all the resources to make it happen. Tattvamasi is asking, compared to other traditions of yoga. Yoga means union with the divine, the ultimate. Traditionally, there are three main paths, you could say. Bhakti yoga, which we were just talking about, that is the path of loving devotion. Karma yoga, the path of action. And Jnana yoga, the path of knowledge. Really, everybody exemplifies these paths, whether you realize it or not. All the religions, they exemplify bhakti yoga, the path of devotion. All the scientists, they exemplify Jnana yoga, the path of knowledge. All of the athletes, they represent karma yoga, the path of action. Then there's a fourth category, Raja yoga, the path of morality. These are all the activists. So whether you are an activist, whether you are an athlete, whether you are religious or a scientifically minded person, and that covers most people on the planet, doesn't it? But the point remains the same. Yoga, union. We are all striving to become part of the ultimate. Artistry, that's a big one too. Artistry is a kind of bhakti, actually, because it's an expression of the love within you. For all of the little details in your life that you wish to capture in one way or another. Art is a kind of devotion. Because we center our love through our expression of it. This is very much what bhakti means in many ways. And thank you, Gina, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hot and heavy pumpkin pie, you are wondering, have I read The Untethered Soul? No. If you have to ask if I've read a book, my answer is almost always no. For I have not gotten to where I am in life through reading the words of others, but trying to find my own words which express myself best. So too I recommend to all that the greatest book one can have is not one in which they read, but the one in which they write. For so much experience exists within you, untapped and unprocessed. If we could just tap into that through some creative expression, through some process, we could take the divinity within and bring it out. Willie D, you share you are forced into life, and you are dealing with it to the best of your ability. Indeed you are. Now user 706, you are wondering, do I know how to do Kriya? Kriya is another form of yoga, centered around the breath. How we can use the cycle of our breath to mirror the cycle of a solar system. Just as in 1 year we learn so much about ourselves, we grow in so many ways. We can simulate 1 entire year's worth of spiritual growth just in a single breath. This is why so many great sages have come to us so young, because although they have lived few years physically, they have lived eons spiritually. This is something within your capacity also. We can simulate the motion of all the planets and stars just with our breath. This is called the Kriya breath. We take our prana, which is our concentrated awareness in the body, and we bring it to the spine. We concentrate the entirety of our energy on towards the spinal column. We keep it erect, nice and tall, as if there was a string in which beads were dangling pulled taut. These beads are our chakras. We wash our awareness up and down the spine, from the root all the way up to the crown. And we do so with ecstasy, with a kind of euphoria. We feel the bliss of our whole life cycle, the passing of the sun and moon. We bring with us everything that we have come to accumulate in this life so far, in the form of impressions. We resolve the entirety of our being within our spinal column. Once we have brought the whole universe to this point, 1 cycle of breath up and down the spine is equivalent to 1 whole year of natural spiritual progression. It is said that in 1,000,000 years, a being becomes enlightened. Therefore, 1,000,000 conscious breaths is all it takes. And thank you, Alice, for your community fest. Hari Om Tat Sat. This was the technique taught by the Kriya Yogis, starting with Mahavatar Babaji many thousands of years ago. And he returned only a few centuries ago to deliver this to Lahiri Mahasaya, who then delivered this wisdom to Swamishri Yuktaswargiri, who delivered this wisdom to Paramahansa Yogananda, who delivered it to the world. And there are many great Kriya Yogis still alive today, and I am not one of them. I don't follow the path of Kriya Yoga myself. I'm just relaying it to you in case this suits your interests. See, you can consider a Yamsox livestream like a buffet. You don't have to eat from all of it. I am just making offerings for you, and you get to choose what works for you. There's a spiritual path meant for everybody, and it is my honor to get to represent many such paths, but not any in particular. Now, Carolina, you are wondering, do I believe in astrology? I believe that the only thing that can dictate your future exists within the present moment, and that is the perspective you have over life itself. All of the stars, the moon, and the other planets, they could disappear overnight. And what does that make you? We are born with something called our prarabdha karma, which means the karma put in place since birth, arising from endless past lifetimes. See, this is what most people forget. You are born under this star sign because of all past actions you did in your previous life. That you got to decide this, just as you get to decide what star sign you'll live under the next. Even in this lifetime, whether you are the same star sign at birth is up to you. You might have been born a Virgo, but whether you are still a Virgo, nobody can tell you. You might have been born this or that, but what makes the human experience so unique is that you have full control over your conscious experience of it. Astrology only explores our prarabdha karma, the fruit that is unfolding since the last lifetime. But you are destined to create your own karma in this human life, many of which transcends what you are given at birth. Whether you are born into poverty doesn't mean that you have to live poor your whole life, does it? Whether you are born into privilege doesn't mean you have to take it for granted your whole life either. Just as your gender does not determine the course of your life, nor does your nationality, nor does your religion, nor do any other words that are going to make people upset. Neither does your star sign, though they are all real phenomenon. In this moment, you get to decide how you want to be. Isn't it so? That you can wake up tomorrow and decide to be a better person. You don't have to wait for the stars to align for that. You don't have to wait for your horoscope to tell you this, nor what tarot card comes up. You get to decide these things. I'm giving you the power. Don't give your power away. See, these things, astrology, tarot cards, other forms of divination, they apply only to people who haven't taken conscious charge of their life, not you. I am speaking to someone who has taken conscious charge of their life. Therefore, you have transcended them all. You have transcended all major arcana. You have transcended all astrological signs. You are free from the bondage of all this. You determine how you want to wake up tomorrow. There is no necessity to call yourself anything. You don't have to go by the same name that you did 5 seconds ago. Nothing and no one can bind you to anything. This is my wish for you to realize. Thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses. And Mermander, thank you for your pair of team bracelets. Hari Om Tat Sat and Tattvam Asi, thank you for your trio of roses. Marmander, you ask, do I have a singing bowl? Yes, I do, in fact. And you have an extra? Or that's very kind of you. It's quite alright. A bowl is just a cavity of resonance to apply a vibration to, thus it may sing back. I get the very same effect with all of you. All I have to do is apply the vibration of my words, and you all sing as a part of this Sangha in your own unique tones. So, you are my singing bowl, dear. I need no physical one. Now, it is getting late for me and likely for you too. So, it is about time that we begin to wrap things up for tonight, but I am very grateful for this opportunity we've had together. We did our meditation earlier for Chloe, who was going to sleep, and I remember Chloe liked this mantra, so I thought we'd do it earlier for her as she came to sleep. So we're not going to do the meditation tonight, but I'd still like to ask you all my question of the day regardless. Today I am wondering from you all, what's easy to feel but hard to express, or say, or whatever. What's easy to experience but hard to convey to others? This is an exploration I'd like to partake with you all. Isabella, you share feelings. Feelings indeed. Oh, how hard it is to put into words our feelings. We don't have words to describe most of them. Sometimes we say that we're sad, but that's just the closest word we have. Feelings are more of a mix, and something that is constantly changing and more dynamic than not. Grief, shares Babel Fishy. Grief indeed. Childbirth, shares K King. Oh, how can one convey both the miracle of life as well as the physical process of delivering it? My goodness. I doubt there is any combination of words in the English language that could convey what it's like to go through such an experience. Gratitude, shares, if you have to ask, you will never know. Regret, shares, Leonora. Color, shares some guy. I like that answer. Yes. My goodness. Appreciation, adds if you have to ask. Experiences, shares Tatvamasi. In general. You are so right. Pain as well. And Mermander, you share that you have had a chance to chew on this a bit. Love and gratitude can be felt deeply, but hard expressed. Well said indeed. That you're angry, shares Shakira. Yes. It is difficult to express our anger in a healthy way. At least. Nothingness, shares Willie D. Right you are. To put it into words, it wouldn't quite be nothing, would it? Chris, you share the pain of being alone in a hospital. Well, even if words cannot convey that, you are certainly not alone. Shakira, you add that you're frustrated. That's hard, especially when the person who frustrates you is in front of you. Well, given that I'm in front of you now, Shakira, do I frustrate you? And John C., you share regret. That is a difficult one. Loneliness, shares Wend. Anger and pain, shares John F. Yes. Not me. I comfort you. Well, if I ever do frustrate you, well, you let me know right away. I will never take offense to it. I would rather you tell me than have it go unspoken. And Willie D, you share that feeling when you see something cute but it makes you angry. Oh, cute aggression. Yeah, it's very relatable. We get angry with ourselves because we could never express. That's a great example of it. If you have to ask, you shared the loss of both parents within 8 months and having a child directly in the middle of those losses. Wow. Very specific. And as you have said, that is definitely something difficult to express. But thank you for sharing. But poetic, in the sense that in between so much loss, something precious has arisen. I, the worthless, you share, hard to say. This is your last game. Easy feel, too tired to play. I feel as though there are many more games your way. But what makes the difference between a hard one and an easy game is that in hard games we are fighting to win. But in an easy game, we are just having fun. And Janie, you share that I'm too kind to make someone frustrated. But sometimes that is precisely what frustrates people. If you stay with me long enough, I am sure you will see. I, the worthless, you share that in a very sincere way, homosexuality is easy to feel but hard to say for the first time. Coming out of the closet. My goodness, you are so right with that. Coming to accept a part of ourselves that we are repressing. That's not something easy to acknowledge, for sure. And depression, you share, lay out too. Easy to feel, hard to express. You are very right. And Jessica, you share sometimes you feel so anxious. It's hard to say anything. Not all the time. Just depends on the people. I'm so happy with all these answers, everyone. It makes me very happy to see so much authentic and genuine expression, especially of the unexpressible. And I think you've all done a great job expressing how hard it is to relay such subtle experiences that many of us can relate in, but few of us know how to articulate. And to add to that, the link below, you share that presence is hard to put into words sometimes. And Jessica, you share boundaries and what love, support, and trust are for you. One of the things that they definitely should teach in school. How to set proper boundaries. Yes. We could do a whole live one day just talking about this. But well put, Jessica. And Mormander, you were wondering if you can ask how I came to spirituality or hosting these sanghas. And you know I need sleep, so maybe another stream. Just don't want to forget to ask. Well, thank you for the question. That noise was not for the question. It's my inability to answer, because I cannot put the cause of anything spiritual to something that happened to me. It has been a natural unfolding from the inside out. The cause is the same cause of the universe's creation. And what words can describe that? Spirituality is something that everyone is on. Some of us just refuse to accept that life is spiritual. Spirit just means coming into contact with that which you are in essence. Though we have used the word spirit to describe many things, none of the things which it describes is actually spirit. Spirit is something far beyond what the eyes can see, what the ears can hear, the nose can smell, the tongue can taste, or the skin can feel. It is that which is doing all of the seeing, the hearing, the feeling, the smelling, the tasting. It is the very seat of consciousness. To put into words how exactly one goes to find that is the journey of life itself. Who can fathom? Who can express? You have inadvertently answered my question of the day by asking your own. This is what is easy to feel, but hard to express for me. Now, coming to do these lives is a different story. I started off making videos because I wished to have a voice. And now that I have one, I found that I not only wish to have a voice, but an audience to hear my voice. Sure, making videos gave me a voice, but without this tangible experience that we get to share live with an interactive setting, how otherwise could I find the audience? And thank you, Babblefishy, for your trio of roses. And another one. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Shakira. Thank you for your tiny. Yippee! So I'd like to start wrapping things up for tonight. Now that we've done the question of the day, I'm just going to leave you all with a short reading. But my inboxes are always open on various platforms besides this one. I usually spend a good few hours responding to people. So I just want you to know that opportunity is available for you. Let me pull up the cover. So, today we are going to read from the 4th chapter called Embracing All of In Love at Ease, Everyday Spirituality with Pramukh Swami. Swamishri exemplified how we can embrace all regardless of caste, creed, ethnicity, boundary, and border. Maybe we can learn from that, myself especially included. Despite our conversation on the plane that afternoon, this is following 5 stories that were relayed about Swamishri's ability to embrace all. I did not fully understand his love and passion for the Adivasi community, which is a very underprivileged and underrepresented part of India, until after he passed away. I was in Sarangpur sitting with one of his personal attendants in the days following his passing away. It was therapeutic to sit in the presence of the tens of thousands who came for Swamishri's final darshan before the cremation ceremony. I sang in front of my guru's mortal body, chanted the Swami Narayan mantra, but mostly just observed the bhaktas, the devotees. Their faces and emotions told me so much. That day, an Adivasi poet and musician came for Swamishri's final darshan. I did not recognize him, but the sadhu pointed him out to me. I could see that the words of his early poetry on Pramukh Swami Maharaj were weighing heavy on his mind. Tears rolled down his face, and eventually those soft sobs turned into wailing. The sadhu grabbed my hand and whispered, "Do you know why people love Swamishri so much?" I was silent. It was because he put others before himself. He gave like no other. Let me tell you a story that very few know about Swamishri's resolve and desire to meet his bhaktas. We were in Bodeli in 2011 for the Mandir Murti Pratishta ceremony. Bodeli is surrounded by tribal villages. Such villages, the proceeds of this book goes towards, by the way. Swamishri had instructed Divya Swarup Das Swami to travel in those villages and help and instruct as many families as he could. It had become the sadhu's, the monk's life's aim. On the day of the Murti Pratishta, tens of thousands of people had gathered from neighboring villages for a glimpse of the Guru because of whom they had turned their lives around. Swamishri was preparing to come out for the sabha when the attendants and doctors realized that he was not himself. They checked his pulse and found that his heart was beating irregularly and he had a temperature. The doctors immediately advised him to cancel his plans and go to the sabha, the assembly. Swamishri ignored the advice until he realized that the attendant sadhus and doctors had already decided to cancel the plans. He was upset to have been left out of the decision. He turned to the attendants and said, "It is just a fever. I have been to their houses when I have been in worse physical condition. We are just going out to give them darshan and come back, give them presence. Do not cancel my plans. Tens of thousands are waiting outside. How disrespectful would it be if I did not come out for a few minutes? The personal attendants, true to the role they were entrusted with, did not budge. Swamishri's initial requests turned into pleas. He was less worried about himself and more worried about all those waiting for him outside. Nothing will happen to me. I want to get out there. They are waiting for me. I owe them this much. They have turned their lives around on my account. I know many of them personally. Let me go out there. I take on the responsibility for my health. If something happens to me, you can blame me. Swamishri was unsuccessful in convincing the attendants. The doctors and senior attendants left the room. They knew that their staying would only further frustrate Swamishri, and he was in no condition to leave his bed. He needed to rest. Swamishri tried to convince every sadhu that came into his room to take him to the sabha. The senior sadhu sent Divya Swarup Das Swami to reason with Swamishri. He could not stand the sight of Swamishri pleading him to go outside, and so he ran out of the room with tears in his eyes. Narayan Munidas Swami was sent in next. Swamishri cut him off. Muni, don't you dare argue with me. You are supposed to be a Maun Muni, a silent sage. Narayan Munidas Swami, too, retreated. Everyone who tried to sway Swamishri failed. Brahma Viharidas Swami thought he should try. The other sadhus warned him that Swamishri was in no mood to reason. Swamishri saw him enter the room. He started to plead before the sadhu had even taken 4 steps into the room. The sadhu walked in with folded hands and said, Swamishri, I will take you. I promise. But first we need you to rest a bit. We need to help your heart settle down and your temperature drop. Swamishri was talking about the bhaktas, the devotees, with a filial passion, comparable to that of a mother for her youngest child. What is going to happen to me? Nothing. I want to see them. It will make me feel better. Please, just give me a few minutes with them. They have come from their villages, undertaking hardships. I owe them this much. I take on the responsibility of my health. Please take me for just a few... Swamishri implored the sadhus well into the night. The Adivasi bhaktas were like Swamishri's youngest children. He wanted to be out there with them. The sadhus eventually persuaded Swamishri to rest for a bit, though Swamishri could not convince them to bring him out to meet the bhaktas, the devotees, that night. Everyone in that room realized what those bhaktas meant to Swamishri. Their guru was craving their darshan as much as they were craving his. I agree, Willie. At this point, it's better to let him go outside than to upset him more, right? I guess his health was seriously failing him, though. I was in tears at this point. Swamishri's former attendant sitting next to me grabbed my forearm and said, See, now he has you crying too. They come and cry. We sit and observe. Others will remember until their last breath for this one reason. He put others in front of him, people he did not know, people that the world disregarded and disowned, people who society often did not even consider. People were all Swamishri's children. He saw God in all of them. He loved, respected, and gave to them until they were tired of taking. He heard them and saw them when no one else cared to do so. Years later, when traveling in Silvassa and in the regions around Himatnagar, I learned that that story in Bodeli was probably Swamishri's last such interaction, but the circumstances were a recurring pattern. Homie couldn't even get out of bed. Right, Mio? It's very impressive. But he was still insisting. Swamishri always insisted on meeting his bhaktas in the tribal areas. I guess, although it's apples to oranges, you might consider this comparable to, First Nation territory. Here, where I live, there are various reservations, and a lot of people hold such, reservations towards such people. A lot of people, there's a kind of racism towards them. And oftentimes the reservations are not in good condition, and people's health are failing. There's lots of addiction going through. So this would be like someone absolutely doing everything they can to go out and see those who have come from the First Nations, even when no one else would. In 2005, Swamishri called up Dharma Vinaydas Swami and decided to visit Poshina. The town is about 100 kilometers from Himatnagar. Swamishri was 85 years old at the time, and Poshina did not have the facilities to accommodate his healthcare needs. Swamishri insisted, "Where do you stay when you go? I will stay there. I am sure it is good enough. I want to meet them. I want to speak to them. I want to eat with them." Dharma Vinaydas Swami tried to push back. "We can arrange for all of that here. I will make arrangements for them to come visit you here in Himatnagar." Swamishri was not convinced. I hear my cats meowing. "Not all of them will make it here. Besides, I want to go to their homes. I want to meet them in their town. It shows respect. I will stay the night at the local Jain rest house. Do not make special arrangements for me." Swamishri called Sri Rangas, this is a tough name, Sri Rangdas Swami, and asked him what he would prepare for their meal. What do they like to eat when they celebrate a festival? Sri Rangdas Swami replied, "Well, if it is a festive occasion, they prefer shiro along with the usual menu, but they do not use ghee, they prefer oil." Swamishri surmised, "Oil is cheaper than ghee. I want to feed them shiro using the purest ghee," which is a kind of purified butter that you can find. "Make preparations. I will come to Poshina soon." Swamishri made the arduous journey to Poshina at his age. 10,000 Adivasi bhaktas had gathered for a glimpse of the Guru, who had given their communities hope. Swamishri reformed generations-long injustices through his own travels and actions, as well as through the noteworthy efforts of BAPS and BAPS charities to create systems of healthcare, education, substance abuse and domestic violence support, women's health, vocational support, and spiritual and moral counseling in Adivasi neighborhoods around the state. He dedicated specific sadhus, monks, to travel in those villages for decades. They were instructed to learn and adopt the customs and traditions of the Adivasi communities, while instilling important morals and values integral to assimilating with neighboring communities. These efforts have been made appreciated by local governments, Adivasi leaders, and other social activists. Ganesh Bhai Raut is the Sarpanch, village head of Chinchpada, a small village in the Dang district of southeastern Gujarat. He speaks of his life before meeting Swamishri and engaging in the humanitarian activities and social support provided by the Guru and his sadhus over the years. "Before meeting Pramukh Swami Maharaj, I was an alcoholic. I would use my daily wages to drink alcohol. I'd never had any money left to bring home to feed my family and children. On most days, I would borrow against the next day's wages and drink myself to sleep. The drinking resulted in health issues and domestic violence in our community. Everything changed after I met Pramukh Swami. He was not patronizing. He treated me like an equal. I felt empowered to take control of my life. Eventually, I got my act together and helped 800 people to do the same in our village. I eventually became the sarpanch of the village and was able to change my village one family and person at a time. When inspectors from Delhi, the Ministry of Tribal Affairs and Ministry of Rural Affairs came to observe our village, they were so surprised by the standard of living and faculties that they awarded the village with the Nirmal Grama Puraskar, the Immaculate Village Award. Swamishri's love and affection has helped transform dozens of villages in this and neighboring districts. Swamishri's desire to embrace all was at the core of these initiatives. And let's pause our reading of In Love, at Ease there for now. So thank you for listening. And so we've come to the end of our Sangha today. We are 2/3 of the way through this big book. It's a thick one, isn't it? In it. A thick one, isn't it? Jai Swaminarayan. Thank you, Shakira, for your tiny diny. Yippee! And John F., thank you for your heart me and team bracelet. Hari Om Tat Sat. Tatvam Asi, thank you for your trio of roses. Jai Sachitananda. And Hrsi, thank you for your finger heart. Here's one for you too. Actually, here's two for you. And Koli, you said that you fell asleep to my live and now you woke up to it as well. Long one today. Well, good morning, Koli. I hope you have a beautiful day today. As beautiful as you are. I hope that your beauty gets reflected in everyone and everything. And thank you for sharing your love, Mermander. I love you too. Now my lovely kittens are probably wanting to go inside, eat some food, as I am. So, I will be taking care of them now. They will be giving me the opportunity to take care of them. None of you know this, but almost every live stream that I do out here, when I bring my cats in after, they run into the bushes, and I spend a good 5, 10, 15, sometimes 20 minutes just in the bushes trying to grab them out of trees and stuff. They're so funny. So I look forward to this escapade once again. I'm going to be running like a Scooby-Doo character around my backyard. So I hope that's the image you have in your mind after I end this Sangha. Thank you, the link below, for your flowers. Radhe oh Radhe. The flowers are for Sandy. I'll make sure to give him some flower petals for you. May this live stream be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the form of the divine in which I see within all of you. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. Tatvamasi, you're wondering, how is Vrindama doing? Tulasi Devi, I'm not sure if she will come up. It's very dark out now, but you can see the tops of her. She's growing very big and very quickly too. Yeah, she had me scared when I first got her. She was weeping. She was becoming all old and dried out. She felt like her life was coming to an end. I had to convince her. No, Ma, don't leave your body yet. Here, I'll give you new soil. What is it? More water? The right kind of sunlight? Slowly but surely, she opened up to the idea of being big and bushy. See, she's very related to basil plants, and anyone who has a basil plant, you know that they don't like to live very long. But if you take very good care of them, they can live as long as you want, with adequate pruning and love. Tulasi Devi, she is the perfect opportunity for practicing taking care of a life form, because she provides ample possibility for things to go wrong. Now, thank you everyone for being here in this Sangha together. And thank you, Koli, for wishing me a restful night. All the same to you. And Mermander, you're wondering, how is Mataji doing? She is on a vacation because I accidentally deleted her mind. So, we don't have her yet. She'll be back. She'll be back. Alright. Yes, this was what? This was like 6 hours today. It was a long one. May you have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaskar, everyone. Bye!